Yeah, aside from, yeah.
Many years ago.
Aside from,
Yes. So you,
boot up every now and then.
because then you go crank it up when you need it, and it doesn't work, and nobody knows. There. Take it out of the box and run it for a little. Start yourself.
We are on Zoom. We are live on YouTube. It's a good night. We don't have a TV on.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Good to see you. Hi, Pamela.
No, so the interior, like, when I walk away, it's supposed to shut off and lock and everything. Sometimes. Yeah, you know. Yeah, thank you, second. Both one without.
Thank you.
Oh, jeez. Chris, when we tweak the microphones, did we tweak that one up there as well? I like it.
Not a huge difference, but hopefully it's enough.
Okay, okay. You need. What's up? Meg, if you could take a second, she's put her open if you want to go. All righty. We're gonna be here tomorrow night too. Oh, jeez. Yes, it is. Okay. Oh, no. Now it's driving around the corner. That autonomous thing, they're taking it a little too far. All right, everyone. So I have 7:02, so let's go ahead and get started. We are here for our regular commission meeting. Today is Monday, September 25th, 2023. I think we are all set up on, looks like, and we are recording, correct? Okay, we're recording. Okay, great. So let's go ahead and get started. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll for us?
Mayor Gross. Vice Mayor Gonzalez. Commissioner Ansler.
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Commissioner Oliveira.
Here.
You have quorum.
Madam Clerk, let's go to the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, so let's think we have an addition this evening under item 4, additions, deletions, withdrawals. Do we have any we'd like to discuss, Mr. Manager?
We have one additional proclamation, if I could.
Okay.
I handed you the proclamation earlier today. We have an employee here in Biscayne Park who's been here since 1991. Tony, he works over at Public Works. He's a phenomenal employee. He's been coming in every day, doing his very best. Doesn't leave until the job that he's assigned is done. Very conscientious, and he's been serving the residents of Biscayne Park for a long time. So the 28th of September is his birthday. I am asking the mayor and commission to proclaim this September 28th, Tony Day. James Tony, I'm sorry, last name is Thomas. So the plan is, with your approval, we will actually give Tony an escort from Public Works over here to the log cabin, a police escort, so he can receive his proclamation on the 28th.
Love that.
Excellent. Okay, so I'll slate that in as 5D. Do we have any objections to the addition of our proclamation for James Tony Thomas Day? Excellent. Okay. I do have one other, we have someone present here on one of our items that's set for 13C on the historic log cabin. He's requested that we move that up if we could. So if we could, suppose if we could bring that maybe up to before the item before we jump into old business. Would that work? Okay.
That's.
Oh,
sorry.
okay. Okay, so why don't we do that? Why don't we move 13C up to in front of 12A? So when we pass our resolutions, we'll address 13C. Okay, so are there any other additions, deletions, or withdrawals at this time?
I have one quick thing. Under the report section, there's no section on there for commissioner reports, so I just want to make sure that there's a slot there available for us.
All right. Okay, Commissioner. Okay. All right, great. So do I have a motion and a second to accept the agenda as amended?
You have something, Carol? Motion to accept as amended.
Okay, Commissioner Kennedy, second. Vice Mayor. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
great. Okay, so let's move on to our presentations. We'll start with the proclamations. We have a couple to get through. First one that we have is item 5A. Proclamation for Miami Diaper Bank. Miami Diaper Bank. I'll go ahead and I'll read the proclamations onto the record at this time. Whereas diaper need, the condition of not being able to afford a sufficient supply of clean diapers to keep babies and toddlers clean, dry, and healthy could adversely affect the health and well-being of children and their families. And whereas national surveys and research studies report that nearly 1 in 2 families struggle with diaper need and 48% of families delay changing a diaper to extend the available supply. And whereas a daily or weekly supply of diapers is generally eligibility requirement for babies and toddlers to participate in childcare programs and quality early education programs that enable children to thrive and parents to work. And whereas many parents struggling with diaper need report missing an average of 5 days of work each month due to an insufficient supply of diapers. And whereas without enough diapers, babies and toddlers risk infections and health problems that may require medical attention, resulting in medical costs, and parents may be prevented from accessing childcare needed to go to work or school, thereby destabilizing the family's economic prospects and well-being. Whereas the people of Biscayne Park recognize that diaper need is a public health issue, and addressing diaper need can lead to economic opportunity for the state's families and communities and improved health for children, thus ensuring all children and families have access to the basic necessities required to thrive and reach their full potential. And whereas Biscayne Park is proud to be home to trusted community-based organizations, including the Miami Diaper Bank, that recognize the importance of diapers in ensuring health and providing economic stability for families, and thus distribute diapers to families through various channels. Whereas through their important work of addressing diaper need, diaper banks play a critical role in supporting families, improving infant health and well-being, and advancing our local and state economic growth. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Jonathan E. Groth of Biscayne Park, do hereby proclaim the week of September 18 through 24, 2023 as National Diaper Need Awareness Week. in Biscayne Park and thank the Miami Diaper Bank, their staff, volunteers, and donors for their courageous service during the crisis and encourage the citizens of Biscayne Park to donate generously to diaper banks, diaper drives, and support those organizations that collect and distribute diapers to families struggling with diaper needs so that all of Biscayne Park's children and families can thrive and reach their full potential. Item 5B is Childhood Cancer Proclamation. Whereas the American Cancer Fund for Children and Kids Cancer Connection report cancer is the leading cause of death by disease among U.S. children between infancy and age 15. This tragic disease is detected in nearly 15,000 of our country's young people each and every year. Whereas 1 in 5 of our nation's children loses his or her battle with cancer, many infants, children, and teens will suffer from long-term effects of comprehensive treatment, including secondary cancers. Whereas founded over 20 years ago by Stephen Firestein, a member of the philanthropic Max Factor Cosmetics family, the American Cancer Fund for Children, Inc. and Kids Cancer Connection, Inc. are dedicated to helping these children and their families. Whereas the American Cancer Fund for Children and Kids Cancer Connection provide a variety of vital patient psychosocial services to children undergoing cancer treatment at Miami Children's Hospital, Tampa General Hospital, Children's Medical Center, Arnold Palmer Children's Hospital, Nemours Children's Hospital in Orlando, as well as participating hospitals throughout the country, thereby enhancing the quality of life for these children and their families. Whereas the American Cancer Fund for Children and Kids Cancer Connection also sponsor Courageous Kid Recognition Awards ceremonies, community get well cards, and hospital celebrations in honor of a child's determination and bravery to fight the battle against childhood cancer. Now therefore, I, Jonathan E. Groth, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, do hereby proclaim the month of September 2023 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. Okay. Item 5C is Hispanic Heritage Month. Whereas each year the United States observes National Hispanic Heritage Month by celebrating the culture, traditions, and countless contributions of citizens and residents whose ancestors came from Spain, Cuba, Mexico, the Caribbean, Central America, and South America. And whereas what began in 1968 as Hispanic Heritage Week under President Johnson and was expanded by President Reagan in 1988 to a month-long celebration. And whereas Hispanics and Latinos serve as civil rights leaders and community organizers, politicians, soldiers, educators, journalists, first responders, pioneers in the arts and science, healthcare professionals, athletes, inventors, entertainers, and more. And whereas locally Hispanics and Latinos from diverse cultures contribute to the vitality of the Village of Biscayne Park as residents, community activists, board members, volunteers, staff, administration, police, and as one of the elected commissioners and former mayor. And whereas people of Hispanic origin are the nation's largest ethnic and racial minority, constituting 19% of the nation's total population, and Hispanics are 24% of Florida's total population, and more than 40% of the population of the Village of Biscayne Park. And more than 40% of the population of the Village of Biscayne Park is Hispanic. Now therefore, be it resolved that I, Jonathan E. Groth, Mayor of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, joined by the entire commission, do hereby proclaim September 15 to October 15 as Hispanic Heritage Month. Encourage observation of this special annual tribute by celebrating the generations of Hispanic and Latino Americans who have positively influenced and enriched our American society and our community here in the Village of Biscayne Park. And item 5D, our proclamation for James Tony Thomas Day. Whereas the Mayor, Commission, Administration of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida has designated September 28, 2023 James Tony Thomas Day in recognition of his continued and dedicated service to the village. Whereas Mr. James Tony Thomas was hired by the Village of Biscayne Park on December 27, 1991 as a laborer in the Public Works Department. Whereas Tony has been with Biscayne Park for over 30 years, he's dedicated to his job and dedicated to the residents of Biscayne Park. He shows up every day ready and eager to do anything he can for the village. He will take on any task, large or small, and work his hardest until it is completed. He never quits until the job is done and done well. Whereas we want to recognize his contribution to the village and our residents by making his birthday, September 28, 2023, James Tony Thomas Day. Now therefore, I, Mayor of the Village of Biscayne Park, call upon the village residents and employees to observe this day in recognition of one who is dedicated and committed to public service through his work for the residents and visitors of the Village of Biscayne Park. Okay, so that concludes our presentations under item 5. Let's go ahead and move on to public comment. And we will start with public comment here in the log cabin. And as a reminder to everyone, public comment Please announce your name and address before your comment, and public comment is limited to 3 minutes apiece. It may not be on.
There it is. Okay. Janie Anderson, 11905 Northeast 11th Place. Item 13A, office open hours adjustment. I emailed all of you earlier in the month when this first came out in the first agenda. So you've read by now, I'm sure, my comments as to my reasoning behind why I don't think this is a good idea. And that isn't even getting into the logistics of coding payroll that full-time employees that aren't exactly working full-time. What stood out to me also in the backup for this item was the manager's comment that he couldn't find any other city in Florida our size that did this. So that should kind of tell everybody where this is at, and I'm hoping you folks will vote it down. Landscaping enforcement. We are so overdue. Think of the difference. Okay, the houses we kind of derisively call sugar cubes. Think of how different they would look if we had enforced that landscape ordinance. Think of how organic, how much more they would have blended in. We're behind, and I'm hoping that there will be a plan tonight going forward that we catch up, and it'll make a significant aesthetic difference. Historic log cabin. You know, we've lost a whole lot of our history over the last few years. If it's at all feasible financially and logistically, let's not lose this. Let's find a way to move it and repurpose it. 13D, discussion of village manager's compensation. It didn't really have any backup. It had a subject line. And without backup, other than me standing here complaining, you can't really make an intelligent comment, and I don't know how you guys would make a substantive conversation. Now, it used to be that nothing could go on the agenda without backup, and the backup can be what, a paragraph, a few sentences, just something to give people the idea of where you're going with that particular item. So I'm thinking that maybe when you discuss meeting format tonight, you can also consider going back to that requirement that there be at least some level of backup in every agenda item so we know what you guys are going to be talking about. Thanks.
Thanks, Jen.
Hi, I'll set a timer because I'm a lawyer's son. If I don't do this, you'll have to shut me up. John Holland, 844 Northeast 119th Street. First of all, thank you for doing what you do. I know you're not doing this for the money or the glamour. As a father, as a working person, I don't know how you do this. I really don't. How you find time to put all these hours every month, every week into making the village run and making it better and doing what you can to protect it. I am a budget analyst in a past life. I'm now a burgeoning data scientist. So going forward, I hope to help in any ways possible. Please reach out if you want an extra set of eyes on something like that. Mac, I know you can get a hold of me if you need to. I came here tonight specifically to speak about just a couple of things that I know were on the agenda. And again, even though I'm a budget analyst, I haven't really looked at the line level budget for Biscayne Park in probably 10 years since Steve Bernard was around. Okay. I thought that would get some reaction. So I really can't say how feasible it is, but you know, to echo Janie, we've lost a lot of the cool houses in this part of town to the micro modern McMansion-y things that are happening. If it's feasible to do it, do it. And if you can turn it into a revenue center, maybe, you know, rent it out for occasions or Airbnb. I don't know, just spitballing here. But if it's at all feasible to save it, I would love to see that save. I have memories of, I used to know someone who lived there. So personally, I would love to see it. The other two things I wanted to speak about quickly were the traffic study. Again, I haven't looked at your line level detail. I don't know how feasible the money is to do it, but as someone who lives on 119th between 8th and 9th, here's how I see it. 8th and 9th are cut through avenues. I'm sure you know this. For people who are trying to avoid the intersection at 6th and 125th, the speeding problem there is pretty rampant. I live on 119th, like I said, and that's the street that connects Griffin and 6th to the most eastern part of the village. People speeding down that street all the time. Hoping that the traffic study that we're considering would help, that one of the goals of that is to alleviate what we perceive as the speeding problem. As someone who's been here 20 years, I'll 20 more seconds. As someone who's been here 20 years, I would say that I've noticed it comes and goes in waves. It gets good for a while because we're enforcing whatever, people leave, new people come in, they don't know that you don't even think about speeding in Biscayne Park. It gets bad again, we enforce, and it just seems to be in cycles. I feel like we're in a bit of a bad cycle right now. So whatever this study, if this study can help with that situation, I'm all for it. And I think that was the only two things I wanted to speak on. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Martha Kordiak, Mert, 849 Northeast 117th Street. I wanted to comment on a couple things related to the agenda and also give you a quick board update. So first, I'll just echo what John said about the traffic study. I know exactly where he lives. We used to walk by his house most days and he would say hi to our dog, Shakespeare. And we can't even walk down that street anymore. The traffic is so bad. It's just, 119th. So definitely echo that. We need to do something there. And I also just wanted to comment quickly. I was happy to see the issue about landscape on the agenda. Having lived here almost 20 years, I'm really appalled at the number of trees I see going down. So yeah, I think that it's a matter of enforcement. But I also think the thing that attracts people to this neighborhood is the tree canopy. And yet I see a lot of people, and they're not just people who are tearing down and building, just people moving into the neighborhood and deciding they want to clear land for other purposes. And so I think there is also like a consciousness raising that we need to do. So if you're moving here for the tree canopy, please don't take your trees down. So anyway, so just in support of that. In my capacity as acting chair of the Arts and Culture Board, I wanted to let you know we're very excited. Our Evening With event is shaping up very nicely. We have 2 architects and a prominent Miami historian. I'm not going to name yet because we're waiting to nail everything down, who are all interested in participating in the event. So it actually should be very popular and well attended. We are targeting Friday, November 3rd for the event in the evening. And I'd like to ask the commission to waive the log cabin fees for that event. So that's it. Thank you.
Hi, Gage Hartzong, 1029 Northeast 114th Street. Brought up a good point. I wasn't planning on speaking at the public comment, but with the construction that's happening on closing down South Brown Dixie at 125th Street, it looks like they're diverting the traffic into, it could possibly come down 8th Avenue. And I'm just wondering, was there a traffic, was FDOT, did they do a traffic study as far as how that is going to affect us, because they're basically turning it right to go to 6th, I believe, and then also turning it left to go down one of the avenues. And I think it might be actually be 8th. So it's going to funnel Dixie Highway right into Biscayne Park. So I mean, it's already done, and you would think that FDOT would do some kind of study. So I'm just curious to know if anybody knows anything about that, how that project in North Miami is affecting us. And then I'll speak on the agenda item later. Thank you.
Do we have anyone on Zoom that'd like to make a public comment? You one hand up. Someone who
Bob, you're still on mute on your end.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, because until somebody said something, I didn't realize that I was up next. Thank you for letting me know. On 13A, I know it's already been brought up by previous, let me go ahead. Bob Anderson, 11905 Northeast 11th Place. And on 13A, I don't understand what is the, proposed new work hours. Letting the staff off on Friday afternoon would send the wrong message to our community. Are we overstaffed to be able to do this? Is the code department all cleared up with all the old cases? The building department? Have they finished with all of the files on cleaning them up? And what about all the open permits? Are they all caught up? On? And my other question is what about the rest of the employees? Public Works, Recreation, and Police. I don't think it's fair to our staff that some of our staff gets to work shorter hours. And if you're having it for makeup time, I hope you looked at to see how overtime works, whether it's only 40 hours a week or whether it's over 8 hours per day. (13C) on the log cabin. The village owns a lot just south of the log cabin that you're in. It's a wedge piece. It was originally bought for having a city hall. It is an unbuildable lot. And that's why the village bought it, because it came up for sale. And of course, the village can go ahead and waive certain things. That's on the south side of the street from where you are. And the reason why the village hall was never put there, it was going to have to be a 2-story building, because later on, the property came up for sale where the village hall is now. And that was purchased to go ahead and put up the village hall there. But I really think and hope you guys will consider putting the house log cabin over there. It doesn't have to be a house anymore, but it will complement the village hall. 13D, which was brought up again. I don't understand this because, back years ago when I was on the commission, nothing could be put on the agenda without an explanation of what it was about. Why? Otherwise, it couldn't go onto the agenda. And I hope you guys would really consider putting it back on, that kind of a system back onto the agenda, because the rest of the public have no idea why this is there. And other times, other things that appear on the agenda. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name's Izzy, 860 Northeast 109th Street, and I wanted to talk a little bit about 10C. Me and my family have a cat. Her name is Gaga. I got her as a gift for my 5th birthday. She's very sweet. She's super sassy, and I've had her for almost 12 years now. Ever since I got her, she's always been an outdoor cat, and she's used to going outside, doing whatever business she needs to do, then coming back in the house later. And I feel that implementing this law and penalizing all cats and cat owners isn't the right thing to do or the right way to go about the issue we're having in the village. In my opinion, I don't think this law is going to solve any issue regarding the cats the village is having. It's not all cats that are damaging property, but specifically stray cats roaming the streets and being fed by certain people and certain families. My cat doesn't have anything to do with this issue, which is why I don't agree with the entire village being penalized. I think it's going to be very difficult to go around the entire village searching for cats outside, let alone figuring out if it was a cat, a dog, a snake, a raccoon, even an iguana. How would the village know what animal it is? Being an indoor-outdoor cat owner, I know that if this law does pass, it'll be very hard for my cat to adjust to being forced inside all the time and not being able to do what she's done for the past 12 years. It's not like I can just chain her on a leash to go outside and pee like a dog does, because she's not a dog. And I do know a lot of other indoor outdoor cat owners who most likely will have the same issue. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Izzy. Thank you. Happy to see your name.
Patricia, excuse me, Patricia, we are ready for you.
Okay, great. My name is Patricia Castellar Smith. I live at 10745 Griffin Boulevard. I am also a cat owner. I have 3 beautiful cats who are indoor outdoor cats. Each one belongs to one of my daughters. We've had these cats, the oldest one being 7 years old. And I also have an issue with this. I actually went back to the meeting that was held on August 8th. And I have some questions, and my questions are more rhetorical. It seems that we're trying to address a localized problem within the park by penalizing all cat owners. I'm a responsible cat owner. My cats are also indoor outdoor cats. They go outside through our backyard to do their business and come back in. They wait patiently by the back door when they want to come in. I've never had any issue with any of my neighbors with regard to my cats. So going back to the August 8th meeting that took 25 minutes to discuss this particular issue, a couple of things kind of stood out to me. One is there were only 2 people that were named that had issues with it. One was Sean, who owns a very expensive car. The other one was Kelly. So I'm curious as to how many police reports have there been logged with Biscayne Park noting this issue? Isn't this issue an animal control issue? That if we're seeing something in a particular part of the park, that animal control should be called in to handle it? And also, going back to the 2 people, Kelly and Sean, that were mentioned by Commissioner Kennedy during that August 8th meeting, why are you penalizing the cat community, cat owner community within the park when it appears that 2 people have an issue? To me, that is a civil issue, not a park issue. We're talking about stray cats, feral cats. I don't see them in my area of Biscayne Park. If they're localized to a particular area, then call in animal control. 1. 2, you're asking code enforcement to do a job above and beyond what they already do. We already know for a fact that code enforcement picks and chooses what they're going to cite people on because they don't have the manpower. So now you're going to add more to their plate? That doesn't make sense to me. I am trying very hard to stay calm, but I am completely incensed over trying to change 3.22, 3.25, 3.26, and 3.4. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Patricia.
Okay, seeing no more public comments on Zoom.
I'd like to speak if I could.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Yes, of course.
Judy Hamelberg, 1015 Northeast 116th Street. I understand there are in certain areas, certain problems with the animals. I agree 100% with the people who say, why does everybody have to be penalized because 1 or 2 people don't take care of their animals? But I also lay part of the blame here on our commission because we had money set aside for neutering. I help with a cat rescue who neuters, who spays, who rescues the kittens, I just did an airport run today, taking 4 kittens up to American Airlines for families in Massachusetts because their animals only go into season once a year where ours go all the time. But we, as a commission, when I was on it, voted to not put any money in our budget for the spay neuter. So when there is no money for spay neuter and spay neuter isn't happening, we're getting more and more and more. Any of them who come across my property end up getting put in a little trap and getting neutered. But I mean, they're strays, they're not people's pets. I don't see how you can go after people's pets and have a clear conscience about it. And I don't understand how you can make a law to accommodate for 4, 5, or 6 people when you've got 1,600 houses and more than 3,000 residents. I'm also in love with the idea of saving the log cabin. I want to be on record for that. My only concern is the money, not only to move it, but to put down a foundation and to stabilize it, because I know Marie was quite ill before she died, and the property I know needs major work. So we're going to have to find a lot of money for it, like we found to do this one. But it's a wonderful idea, but it's something that we are going to be biting off money for years down the road. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further public comment here in the log cabin or on Zoom, we'll move on to our item 7. Is there any commission reply to comments at this time? Yes.
Yeah, okay. 2 quick things. Some of the topics we'll address when the topics come up on the agenda, but Martha, the acting chair of arts, asked us if we could allow them to use the log cabin at no charge for the evening with the architect. And I would like to ask you guys to approve that. I think it's fair. So if you guys agree, could we have a quick vote on that and approve that? Make a motion that we allow them to rent at no charge, use the cabin at no charge for that evening.
Okay, I think we just need simple majority or something like that. Okay, so.
Anybody else have a problem with it? Nope.
It's fine.
Sounds like we have a consensus.
Got your cabin, Martha. And Chris, Gage brought up something really interesting, all the work being done on Dixie. I don't know if you're aware of this weird tangle of roads up here they're redoing. I'm not sure. I'm very curious to see how that turns out. I think it feels like they're untangling a bowl of spaghetti and tying it in different knots or something. It's very strange looking. So I'll be anxious to see what that looks like when it's done. But Gage brought up a good point. Did FDOT do a study? They had to have their FDOT, and it's a huge project of diverting traffic around. And I wonder if there is anything that might be useful to us as we start talking about traffic, not to replace our study, but in conjunction with. So if we could get our hands on that, that might be an interesting thing for us to look at in the future.
Yeah, I can reach out to FDOT. If it was a traffic study, it'd be public record.
Cool. And it wouldn't have been that many years ago. I mean, how many years in advance of these things would that happen, Chris? I mean, the construction's active right now. Would it have been within the past 3-4 years?
I can't speak to that in Florida. I'm not sure.
Okay, cool. Gage, that's a great idea. Thank you for mentioning that. That's it.
I
Thanks,
just had a
Commissioner.
question for Pamela. Madam Clerk, are there any messages sent to you via email? I had a resident saying she sent a comment by email.
But it's on the ordinance, so I was waiting for the public comment part of the ordinance to make those comments.
Yes, I didn't know how you want to proceed, but I know people are saying they have public comments they want it to be read.
Good reminder. That works. We can open public comment and read them on at that time. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, if there's no other reply at this time, let's go ahead and move on to our reports. We'll start with item 8A, our manager. Mr. Manager, do you have a report for us?
The reports that I have are in the agenda. And I will say also, just as an information point, we are revamping or looking at revamping the way we are doing these reports so that they provide the information that the commission needs rather than just creating reports for the sake of creating reports. But I'm happy to answer any questions about the reports in the current agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Do we have any specific questions about the report at this time for our manager?
No, but I'm very happy to get your reports, Chris, and I appreciate getting them on a regular basis. And I know that you're working on making them a little more, it sounds, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds like you are going to work to make them more forward thinking than backward looking. And I wholeheartedly support that. So I just say thank you. I appreciate them and I do take the time to read them. And I sent a couple of quick replies to you. So
Absolutely.
I know they are going to be added to these agendas moving forward.
Yeah, we are currently working on what those reports are going to look like. So it would be the November manager's report that would have the new format for us to discuss.
Cool. Okay, thank you.
All All right, thank you, Mr. Manager. There's no further questions for the manager's report. Let's move on to our clerk. Madam Clerk, do you have a report? Anything specific from your report that's linked to the backup?
Nothing to add other than what's in the agenda.
Okay, are there any questions for the clerk's report at this time? Nope. Okay. We have Parks and Rec and Public Works. I don't think there's anyone here to speak on that one specifically. Mr. Manager, is there anything within those that you'd like to address with us at this time?
Nothing beyond the existing report.
Okay. Any questions on those two? Okay. And now our amended report section, we move on to commission reports. So is there anyone on the commission that'd like to get us started with our commission report?
I don't have a report, so I'll be just quick. Voice second, what Commissioner Kennedy said about the reports. In general, thank you so much, Chris, for the due diligence on trying to bring these reports, fresher perspective. And I'm excited to see what's coming. And then at the same time, for your weekly communications, those have been wonderful. I very much appreciate it. And I know you're making an effort to push them out there at the community as well with updates. And I think that's a huge improvement to where we were. And I very, very much appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other commission reports?
I do, but I'll wait to see if these guys have anything.
I don't have a report, but I do want to just talk about a little bit, a couple of things that I mentioned to Chris today. I wanted him to look into where we're at with the driveway ordinance. Because that's something that's just been going on and I still see some houses that don't have driveways and some houses that have over 50% deterioration. So I asked him to look into that, get back to us on that. I also asked him about some severely overgrown grass houses that have grass that's 4, 5, 6 feet tall already. Pretty soon they're gonna block the door. So I wanted to understand better, what is our policy in regards to this? Is this just something we're just, so I asked him to look into that. And I also asked him about some destroyed swales. And the $5,000 who's collecting that? Are we really collecting it? We all know that it's not happening. It never has. But who's looking out for that? Because there's especially on, it's like 119th, it's 119th son's house. There's
You mean the medians are?
mediums, I'm sorry.
Medians, okay.
Yeah. Construction just completely obliterated a swale. So again, who's looking into that and who's on top of that and are we really, what are we doing about it? So those are three things that I just brought to Chris's attention today, and I'm hoping that he gets back to us, soon with some answers on that stuff. That's pretty much it.
I'm prepared to speak to those tonight. Otherwise, we can add that discussion later.
Okay. Commissioner Kennedy? Oh, sorry.
I don't have a report either, but especially being that Vice Mayor just brought this up, I'll share a few comments. One thing I wanted to say was thank you for the proclamation to the diaper bank. That one is near and dear to my heart as a foster parent. I have known about the diaper bank, been involved with the diaper bank, and really worthy cause and a great organization. So I was happy to see that proclamation. Piggybacking on the median conversation, I'm often driving in the mornings and especially on trash day right here at the Griffin curve. People don't like waiting behind the garbage truck and they're just driving through the median, whether it's driving through to do a U-turn or driving through just as far as they can to kind of skirt around the truck. It's destroying our medians, obviously, and not good for the trees that are there. So that's another an important one that I did want to kind of piggyback on. And that's what I've got. Thanks.
Commissioner Kennedy?
So I have a short list, but Art, you just made me, I just want to respond to you if I can. Oh, I can tell you've been taking walks, so that's great. You're seeing all this stuff. And thank you for talking to Chris about the driveway thing, because it's a concern of mine as well. And I want to add one more specific thing. I have a concern that some driveways are being approved. And now I'm gonna take back the word approved. Driveways are being installed. I don't know if they're approved and if their permits are all closed out and they got their final permit inspection. But there are driveways that I am rather certain do not meet our new driveway code and they're brand new and they're put in. So I sent an email to Chris, and Chris, I didn't expect us to get to this today. You know, we did have a meeting today. We didn't talk about it. But I have a concern about that again. I have a concern about that as well, because I know the planning board's approving one thing and then a different kind of driveway shows up. So, and we've had this problem with our building department in the past where things are not inspected properly. And then we come to find out that it was approved properly, not inspected well, closed out when it shouldn't have been. And then there we are left with a job that wasn't done right because the vendor didn't close it out properly. So I have a concern about that. Art, you mentioned the $5,000 in the median. You mean the bond. We don't have that any longer.
It's still there.
It just, the Muni code hasn't been updated. We passed that, didn't we, Brad? That's done. We passed it, but Muni code takes a while for it to get caught up. So, yeah.
You're correct. It was passed and Unicode takes months.
So that was one of the things that I was concerned about.
I thought,
Yeah,
go ahead.
that I liked having that in there, and we, as a group, I didn't approve this part of it, but we as a group decided to get rid of that and replace it with something different. So it's unfortunate because what you're describing is exactly what's happening. People are
Oh.
damaging the medians.
But the point of the 5,000 is that it was never happening before. Right?
We didn't,
Although it was there, and again, you know, I'm all for adding stuff to, but you know, if we're not actually doing the what's there, then what's the point of having it, other than
Vendor to
just
do
to
it.
have it? So that's the point. We never collected no $5,000. We weren't doing it. So currently, this is kind of what I need to understand is who's watching out for this and what's the process? I mean, this particular house, they've destroyed the median. So, you know, problem.
and it's not that one isolated case, but you're.
No, no,
right. But
exactly.
if you'll recall, the night that we had our, I think it was the first time Pedro came and joined us at a meeting, and it may have been the last commission. I'm not certain. I think it may have been when, I'm not sure if you guys were here then, but he wasn't even aware that that was in the code, and I'm not faulting him for that, but he wasn't even aware. So it came up as a conversation, and his first response was, I didn't know this. So, I agree with you. So I'm hoping something gets done. Let me hop on my list now. So first of all, we need to say thank you to the foundation. They had an arts event here. I'm not sure if the rest of you made it. I didn't see any of you here, but they had an arts event here in the log cabin within the past month. And it was a big success. They had a big turnout of local artists that had their work here on display. They had a silent auction outside. They had a big wine tasting thing set up down in the middle of the room. They really did a knockout job. So I just want to say thank you to the foundation. And when I thanked them as a group, they were very clear that it was Tiffany Hill, one of the members that really spearheaded that. And so I'm always just so appreciative of any of our boards and all the work, different kinds of work they do, whether it's the serious heavy lifting of the quasi judicial boards or the arts board and the other boards. We're so lucky to have them. So thank you to the foundation for that event. So here's something I just want to put in your ears, you guys' ears, because it's something Chris and I had a conversation about. Short-term rentals and their impact on village departments. So we have a new short-term rental ordinance, and the village is very aggressively, I'm not sure if that's the word I'm supposed to use with code, Chris, tell me to use a different word, but they're pursuing cases where people are renting without licenses. They're really doing their job. The code department is. The code compliance board, we have two members here, are then picking up the mantle and moving forward. It is becoming very clear very quickly. I don't know if you guys are looking at the agendas for those meetings, that enforcement of our short-term rental ordinance is really taking up a lot of time, and time is money here for the village. So Chris spends time on the topic. His staff spends time on the topic. The code department does. Police are responding to issues all the time. Code is all over, getting so many reports about some of these properties. Residents are all up in arms. The code board, Janie, off the top of your head, 3/4 of your last meeting was 3/4 or more, Judy, 3/4? 3/4 or more of their agenda from last week was short-term rental violations. So My point is that the impact on this village is very serious. And impact on residents who live around those places specifically is very serious. And it's now going to start impacting our village finances and staff time. So Chris and I had a conversation about this. And I'm going to guess he hasn't done anything about this yet. So this was a very recent conversation. I asked him if he could set up some kind of a system, or if he thought it might be a good idea to set up some kind of a system to help quantify how each of the departments are being impacted, how much time they're spending on it, and try to turn that into money. Because we're spending a lot of time and money on just this one enforcement of this one thing. And I'm not suggesting by any means that we should pull back on enforcement of this. I'm just saying that it's a problem. And it's a problem that a lot of residential communities are having. I don't know how closely some of you may be following the news. I did post some things on Nextdoor that you may have seen, that the pendulum is swinging on short-term rentals and ordinances that's in cities and states around the country and around the world, truly, where there are cities who are dialing way back on what they're allowing for short-term rentals because of the impact that it's having in lots of different ways. I think we need to keep an eye on this. And I'm not suggesting we make any changes. I'm just saying I think we need to watch this, keep an eye on it, quantify it. Because I'm going to guess there might be a day that we're having a conversation with the state of Florida saying, guys, something's got to give here. You tied our hands and look what it's doing to our quality of life. Look what it's doing to our finances. Look what it's doing to everything about our community. To see what we can do at the state level to try to give us a little more leverage. So I'm just putting that on your radar because I don't know, Chris, I'm going to guess you haven't done anything about that yet, but I'll be very curious to see what he's able to capture and how he's able to report it back. Because I think the impact is going to be, I see it sort of anecdotally being a much more significant impact than maybe we might imagine. Yeah, New York just changed theirs. So, I mean, geez, to find out that, 10 to 15% of our housing stock is taken up with short-term rentals, is kind of startling when people can't afford rents and can't find places to buy. And all of this is kind of feeding into one big mess. Okay, moving on. On Saturday, January 13th, I'm organizing a bird walk through Biscayne Park. I posted something on Nextdoor about this. You may have seen it. I'm also going to go talk to several of our boards to see if they might want to get involved in some way, in some casual way, not directing them what to do, but making them aware of what I'm working on. This came about because a resident invited me on a bird walk last year. It may have been 2 years ago. I met a professor of ornithology at the University of Miami, and he was very enthusiastic about coming back to Biscayne Park. So I'm going to organize something on January 13th in the winter, and I'll let you guys know more about that. I had a conversation with the mayor of Miami-Dade County, Daniela Levine Cava, the other day. She reached out to me to discuss some things, and I had a very nice conversation. Just to let you know, I put in her ear septic to sewer here in the village. I put in her ear traffic. She may have regretted calling me. And I'm like, well, while I have you. And I also, this is what I really want you to know. I invited her to come to a commission meeting, and she seemed very excited about the prospect of that. She said she'll have someone from her staff reach out to me and I'll put them in touch with Chris. But I thought it'd be really nice to welcome the county mayor here to the village, maybe do an hour social thing before the commission meeting so residents could get to interact with her one-on-one, and then she could address the commission and we'd have a chance as a group to have a conversation with her as well. So not to kind of step into your lane, Jonathan, but she called me and I wasn't going to not invite her over for a cup of coffee. You know what I mean?
Great idea.
That way. So we'll see if she reaches out and we can maybe get that organized. Today I received an email from the president of the Homeowners Association of Keystone Point. She reached out to me because she's one of the local people who was organizing the fight against the FAA. Did you guys get that email directly or through Chris? I asked him to forward it to you. Okay. So I don't know why I don't know her personally. She has been to a commission meeting here. She's been to more than one, but I wanted to make sure you guys got that. And it sounds like there may be kind of another opportunity here to do something. So Jonathan, I know you're spearheading that for us. So that's the person I told you I would introduce you to. So when you see the email, that's Karen.
Okay, perfect.
So I don't know how your plans are coming along, but I wanted to make sure you're all aware of that. And then the last thing is, guys, I have a little bit of a concern. So I'm not going to have a big conversation about this, but I just can't not say something on this topic. And it's on the topic of village communications and our email list. So as we all know, Chris recently changed, as is his prerogative. Let me just frame all of this by starting with, as is Chris's prerogative, he changed how people enroll in our village emails. And you probably all got it as a resident, got the email as a resident, where we're now requiring people to sign up again for village emails in a different way. Well, I have to tell you that I'm enormously concerned about this. Since before I was a commissioner, I've been concerned with the level, the quality and quantity of communications here in Biscayne Park. And when I became a commissioner, I made it one of my missions to do better, to have the village do better. And in the meantime, I took it upon myself to become the de facto communications director for Biscayne Park, because no one else was, right? So there was a time when nothing was being shared with anybody about anything going on in the village. So I started sending out emails. And I get lots of gracious responses, and I've met lots of nice people who are now sit on boards, and it's all good. But we've also, as a village, worked very hard to build up our email list. And it was not very big. And then you'll recall, you were a commissioner when I asked you guys to approve a door hanger and some median signs. I designed them. Mario had them printed, and the effort was really successful. We got a whole lot more people to sign up for the emails. And I don't have the numbers here in front of me, but I want to say we almost like doubled the number of people who enrolled in the email. And they didn't enroll for anything specific. It was just sign me up for village communications. It was kind of a general thing. But Chris he's changing the system, and he has some plans on what he's going to do with this, but he sent out the email to residents telling them to re-up for the village emails. I did it twice because I got it on 2 different emails. So in the course of a week, our village email list went from almost 1,100, let's call it 1,000, to just over 100. So we dropped by 90%. So we now have a list of 100, and I think the exact number is 112 people on our email list. And that concerns me greatly, because if we basically, Chris has set aside that list. And he and I had a conversation about this today. He knows I'm bringing it up to you tonight. I'm not suggesting right here that we tell him to do anything. I'm just letting you know that it concerns me at a time when I've never thought this village communicated enough or well enough, to the point where I took it upon myself to let people be aware of budget season. Here's how it works. Here's what's going on. Here's what you can expect. Here's what the Arts Board has coming up. Here's what's going on in village business and major topics. And please come, please come, please come, please come. That we're now looking at a list of just over 100 people. And we're going to try to rebuild this list. And I'm not sure what the gain, I know what the loss is. The loss is 90% of our email list. But I don't understand what the gain is. By having people, telling people they have to sign up again. And by having them check on a long list of topics, you can get general emails, you can get emergency alerts, you can get information about the Arts Board, you can get information about code compliance. I'm not sure who'd want that. You can get information about all kinds of things. There's a big long list. Of 112 people who signed up, 101 of them signed up for everything. So very few of them didn't sign up for, everything. I'm concerned, guys. It's a big concern of mine. Communications is so important. I'm extremely passionate about it. You know I am. I busted ass to get people to sign up. I go to every single village event. And if I walk up and I don't recognize you, you will know me. You will have my business card. You will get a personal request from me to sign up for a village email blast so you know what's going on in this village. I will ask you what you do for a living. John Holland, now that I know what you do for a living, expect a knock on your door. So I will try to get you involved somehow. So for us to do something that to me appears to be a dramatic step backwards is a huge concern of mine. I don't know if you guys are aware. I know you're aware that it happened. I don't know if you're aware of the numbers behind it and what it's going to take for us to claw back up to getting people involved. But if a hurricane was coming here today, and this village sent out an email blast, 112 people are going to find out about what we need to do to prepare for the hurricane that's coming. So I'm extremely disappointed, disillusioned. And I hope you share some concerns about that. And if you want to share your opinion on it now, please do. That's the end of my report.
So there are two items, Commissioner, that you brought up. I think the email list, we can probably come back to if others want to share some comments.
If you want to add it as an agenda item, we can have discussion about it at the end of the meeting. We could do that. Well, I was going to add it in additions, deletions and withdrawals, and I decided I would just bring it up now. And if you guys wanted to have the conversation, you could, or we could still stick it on the agenda if we want to, but I think it merits a conversation.
Yeah, certainly, I think it does. Do we want to add it to our new business? Come after item 13D, be 13E?
I'd be fine with that. If we don't get to it, we have a meeting next week anyway.
That's a good point. So do we have a consensus to add as to this agenda 13E, the email issue? Okay. Brad, do we need a consensus? Are we able to add it? Consensus? Okay. All right, so do we have consensus to add that to our new business items?
Good.
As long as it doesn't take away from the current agenda, if you have time, I think there is no problem.
Or we'll add it, we'll add it at the end. We'll add it as the last item on our new business. Okay, so so we have that that addition on 13E. So at least to the other items that you brought up, Commissioner, the FAA issue. I hadn't received any feedback from any of the other municipality partners that I had sent it to, so I just assumed that it's good to go. So I planned on moving forward with it as written. This sounds like it might be a good tandem item to add to that when it gets published.
I'm sorry. I honestly just skimmed her. It came right before I was leaving my house. I skimmed it so fast. I have not read it in depth.
So if it works to go out in a blaster, however, we're planning on getting the FAA letter out to constituents, then we can include it there. I think it's a link. But what are the other items? The septic to sewer item, it was actually something that I had discussed with the county mayor in April. And I had been in touch with, I don't know if you'd spoken with the chief bay officer, Irela I'm gonna butcher her last name, Bagye.
I met her at the original Bay meeting that I went to.
Yeah,
It's the only
so
time I talked to her about it.
she's as far as I understand, she's kind of the contact to try and work on those type of things. And we've had a conversation about it, but I don't remember if I had brought this up to the commission. I think this might have been towards the end of August, which is why it may not have come up yet, but Chris and I had a meeting with the county, with Irela, to talk about options for addressing floodwaters through kind of bio solutions. And I don't know if I'd brought this up to the commission already or not. It may have been after the August meeting, but the idea was that we would be partnering with the county for them to come up and send somebody to evaluate whether we would be a good fit for what they call smart ponds, which is in the very basic terms, and Chris can correct me if I'm wrong, but I might just butcher the concept. The concept is that there's a control within this bio pond that would likely be very close to the canal that is able to predict and track weather patterns. So it can drain the bio pond at appropriate times when more rain and more storms are coming. It's an idea that the county would apply for the funds, and if they get the funds, they would come to us and say, let's see if you're a good partner for this. So it's kind of an early, I think it was the end of August was the deadline for them to apply for that grant. So we should be hearing from them hopefully soon about them coming back up.
Was that, but that's not septic to sewer. That's
No,
that's a-
it's a separate
that's a
issue.
Drainage issue altogether.
Separate issue with like the chief bake.
Is this, the topic that Mario discussed with, I can't remember if it was this commission or the last commission, about the, over here next to the bridge, about the county wanted to turn that into,
It's
is that what that is?
that's the area that they were targeting from what I understand.
And it must be the same thing because there was a grant they were going to apply for and
That's exactly what
we had to
I understand.
supply something in support of their grant application, I think is what it was.
All they wanted from us was if they have the money and if they want to send someone up to evaluate whether we would be a good fit for it. We just said, yes, we'd be interested. So come back to
Same
us.
thing that Mario, okay, good. thank
So,
you.
so that would be, so we'll hopefully hear from them soon. Okay, so that concludes our reports section. So why don't we move on to our consent agenda, which is 9A. Excuse me. Do I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda?
Make a motion to approve. the consent agenda.
Vice Mayor, do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Kenny, all approve? Or all in favor?
I,
Okay, consent agenda passes. So let's move on to our ordinances. Our first one, 10A. Okay, ordinance 10A, which is ordinance 2023-06, evaluation appraisal based amendments to the village comp plan. Mr. Attorney, would you please read it onto the record?
An ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, providing for evaluation and appraisal based amendments to the village comprehensive plan, providing for a transmittal, providing for inclusion in the comprehensive plan and scrivener's errors, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Attorney. We'll open for public comment on this ordinance number.
Hello.
Madam Clerk, were there any of the emails that you had received with respect to this ordinance item?
They were not.
No comments on Zoom. Okay, do I have a motion and a second to approve the ordinance?
Motion to approve.
Commissioner Kenny, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. So let's move 10A into discussion at this time.
Good evening, Mayor, and Commissioners. I'm Alex David with Galvin Giordano and Associates. This is the second to last step in a long process. So you reviewed this item at first reading on June 6th. What happened since that time is we transmitted this document as proposed to a variety of agencies, the state, the county agencies, including water and sewer. And so, they've changed the name of septic tanks. It's now on-site. It's in my report. I have to look at it, but it's on-site water and sewer treatment plants or something like that. So I'll get to that in a moment, but they, for some reason, changed the name. So basically, when this item went out, the agencies had 60 days to look at the document and propose changes. So I worked closely with staff at the various agencies from the state level all the way down to the county to come up with some solutions, answer their comments or questions prior to them sending out the official letter, which is the Florida Commerce, which is the former Department of Economic Opportunity, is now Florida Commerce. So before that official letter went out, I was able to talk to a number of staff. So the changes proposed since our last meeting are highlighted in yellow. So if you have specific questions, I could answer them. Or however you so choose to go forward.
Is it highlighted in yellow or that the light blue text?
And it's, I submitted, it's yellow. So.
Yes, yes.
I'm sorry. I have a couple of really quick things. Mine are really easy. Alex, thank you for wrapping this up for us. I was confused a little bit about which version I was looking at, but it is, I am correct that it's the one that's entitled 3_ Biscayne Park CPU _ adoption _ 824.
I have a hard copy, but that sounds right.
Okay,
It was.
okay. Because there were a couple on there and I was a little confused. Okay. So one of the things I had a question about is under transportation policy 3.7, it's on page 17. Not page 17 of the PDF, but page 17 on the numbered pages. This is one of the things I asked about. It says the village may consider designing a series of low stone walls to protect the curved ends of medians and corners of right of way. That was about corners on properties. Is that language sufficient to cover that, Alex?
I believe so.
Corners of rights of way?
Yeah.
That would cover like Janie's Corner where people drive over it.
That's
That is a right of
right.
way and
That was our
Okay.
discussion. Yes. At
Okay.
the corner, it's your right of way.
Okay, just want to make sure the language covered what I was talking about. Okay, very good. And then there were two other things that I'm hoping you point out to me that are in here, because I had asked for them before, we agreed to add them, and now I don't see them, and I searched where I thought they would be. One was language about community building events, communications, education, things like that. I do see an intro paragraph number 4 at the beginning of the document. Well, did you add that?
What, in the intro you said?
Yeah, well, it's on page 2 of the numbered document. The first full paragraph, which is paragraph number 4 of the intros, starts with the Biscayne Park Village Charter provides for. About halfway through, it says the village is supported by a variety of boards, da, 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 da.
Okay.
What we had talked about was that we add something saying that we promote engagement through communications, education, community events to bring folks together. It was to reflect something from our new strategic plan. Is that in here somewhere that I don't see?
Let me check if I put it in,
Do you guys remember that?
intergovernmental. I don't see, so if you have proposed language that you want me to add, this is, it's appropriate to add anything you'd like to add. If I didn't capture something, it's your adoption. So
Okay.
we could tweak, we're not.
So we could
changing
add a
wholesale
sentence in.
If you'd like,
Yeah,
and then
okay.
it'll go to the agencies with another color or something, just to show that that was that adoption.
Well, the idea was, this is not, I'm going to quote what I wrote down, but this was not meant to be a verbatim, insertion, because you were going to work on something yourself, Alex, was to promote, the village promotes engagement through communications, education, and community events to bring people together, words reflecting from our mission statement. So had I thought, should have asked you before the meeting, Alex, I would have written something. But maybe, let me look here where it might make sense to insert something like that. It says the village, towards the end of that paragraph, I'm doing this cold, bear with me. The village's mission is to deliver responsible government quality services and ethical stewardship of community resources to improve the quality of life and honor, enhance the village's natural and built environment. It could be, that's a long sentence with semicolons. It could be to add a semicolon phrase in the center of that or on the end of that, that would reflect that language.
Yeah.
It seems to me that would make sense to do it. Are you guys with me? Do you see where I'm looking? Like, just yeah. So if you take the word "and" away from honor and enhance, just do semicolon, community, semicolon, honor and enhance the village's natural and built environment, semicolon, and add right there, and engage with residents through communication, education, and community events to foster, help me with words here, to foster a sense of community. Yeah.
And basically to engage with residents.
To promote engagement, to promote resident engagement. Let me write this as I say it, to promote and promote resident engagement through communication. Yeah, that's that part. Community events, education, to bring residents, or to say to foster a sense of community. To foster enhanced community, foster an enhanced sense of community. Okay, so this is what it just said out loud, guys. After environment, semicolon, and promote resident engagement through communications, community events, and education to foster an enhanced sense of community. It's just basically, it's what we would add that says we're reaching out to people and hugging them in, is what it is.
Yeah, I can't write that fast, but we'll add that if you get
Want me to-
it, however you want to do it, then we'll
Want me
add
to
it.
read it again slowly? I'll read it again, guys, and you can say if you think it's okay, and then he can write it down. Okay, so after environment, semicolon, and to promote resident engagement through communication, community events, and education to foster an enhanced sense of community. You guys okay with that?
Okay, so, and to promote resident engagement through communications, community events, and education to foster a sense of community. Did I
To
get it?
foster, well, I had said enhance, and now Veronica's pointing out that we used the word enhance in the sentence before. We could say an elevated sense of community. Thanks, John. There it is. You guys okay with that? Yeah, okay. And then the other thing, Alex, another thing that we had talked about that I had asked for, and maybe it isn't here, and again, I didn't see it. We were gonna insert something about fertilizers, pesticides in the bay, groundwater in the bay. Is that in here somewhere? I read through and didn't see it.
Lighting is not. We added. Hold on. Let's find. Let's see. I'm sorry? Which one?
In which section? Page 25?
Yes,
On the numbered pages or on the PDF?
The number pages on, the number on the bottom of the.
Yeah.
page. Look at, what I just said,
Page 25?
25. it's
Top of 25.
check, well, this is dealing with the former septic
Septic
tanks, now
sewer.
OSTDSs.
Oh, is that what they're called? Yeah, that's different. I thought it would have been in. Excuse me. You guys remember discussing that and agreeing to put it in? Yeah. I would think it would be in conservation.
I don't know if you could read it into the section that's under chapter 4, under policy 1.3 on objective 2.
Chapter 4.
It's page 29, it looks like. This is addressing sanitary sewer needs, but it says to minimize contamination of groundwater from septic leakage or pathogens, nutrients or other harmful substances.
Well, it's certainly the topic of groundwater, right? Leads to the bay, but it's kind of, it's a
Well,
different topic.
maybe-
It's chemicals instead of waste. I'm not, I mean, as long as it's in there somewhere, I'm not sure that I mean, I don't know if it would be potable water. It wouldn't be potable water. Oh, aquifer protection. It would be that. There you go. Look at the next page, Jonathan. Goal, aquifer protection. Page 30, it says. Maybe it is there. There we go. So look at page 30, guys, on the numbered pages at the bottom. This is aquifer protection. Need to protect and maintain the functions of the natural groundwater aquifer recharge areas. Yeah, that's where it would go. Don't you think, Alex?
Well, I'm debating whether it should go there or in, because I think of the aquifer protection out west. That's where your aquifers are.
There's aquifer directly underneath us.
Yeah, but I'm looking at from the water side, so, yeah, they are underneath.
It says natural groundwater aquifer, so I think that's right underneath us.
So a policy to,
I like policy 1.3, put something there to. I'm not sure how, at this point, I don't know what to say, because I'm not sure how strongly you want to word things, but.
well, I mean, basically the goal is the policy would be to protect Biscayne Bay from.
To protect the aquifers and Biscayne Bay. from excessive pesticides and runoff from pesticides and fertilizers. I think certainly, I think Biscayne Bay should be in that sentence somewhere because it's about the aquifer,
Right.
Biscayne Bay.
To be added, you didn't see in this version now?
I'm sorry?
I was asking, just making sure this change came from a request to change the draft that you submitted.
Well, we might, what about, this may already be covered in page 34, conservation element. It says policy 1.1, the village will continue to support state and county laws and enforcement programs to minimize air pollution and protect water resources, including aquifer protection in Biscayne Bay. Might just be general enough to kind of catch it.
Well, I think the point, what we had talked about and agreed to was that it would be specifically would say pesticides and fertilizers, because that's what that Bay organization that you're working with, that's one of the big topics there is specifically pesticides and fertilizers.
Well,
And the blooms, the algae blooms and all of that.
Right, but it's almost repeating what's in, and this is fine. Where we were talking about, we added previously, prior to first reading, to minimize contamination of groundwater from septic, leakage of pathogens, nutrients, and harmful substances. So it's almost a repeat of that language.
Well, pesticides and fertilizers, I'm not sure fit into what you just read.
I'm sorry?
I'm not sure that pesticides, the two words
Right,
that we discussed and agreed to have added in were references to pesticides and fertilizers.
right, which
So-
is a nutrient,
Okay, well,
nutrients.
pesticides certainly are not a nutrient.
No, but we
So
could add.
You might argue that fertilizers are, but
So I just wanted to be sure, again, I'm gonna ask, so this wording that we're discussing now was requested to Alex.
Veronica, at the last meeting that
Yeah.
we had to approve all the language,
First
these are
reading.
things that I brought up, we discussed, we agreed to put in, and they're not
went-
here. Why I'm
So
bringing
there
it back
just
up.
may and be others, maybe in other places, but so the new policy 1.3 to protect the aquifer and Biscayne Bay from pesticides and fertilizers.
Do you want to make sure that it are not captured any other, in other place if you're not?
We have to vote on this tonight. This is our
Is this
second
something you
reading
want
of
to
this.
double check? I'm saying we're changing as we go, kind of
Right.
providing you wording for you to add. Do you
But
want
that's
to make
fine.
sure?
You're at adoption. We
Yeah, we
can do
do this.
this. I mean, if I didn't capture something, we've been back and forth, so you tell me it goes in, then, we can adopt. There's no problem with adding anything tonight.
Okay.
Or changing,
And if you, and again, and this is the part that I was gonna ask, so the next step of this will be what?
when this is all adopted and cleaned up and pretty, you're going to get a new version.
Yes,
That's the last step.
and it gets presented to us again.
No, I transfer.
That's what I said. This is our last kind of
Right.
input that we do.
No, I wanted, the adoption, so we get the wording correct, and then it's sent off to all the agencies, uploaded into the state system. Everyone has the new copy, then we'll clean it up and transmit it to you.
Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
Another clarification. So what you would do is any modification, addition you want to make today, you would vote on the ordinance as amended, and you would be adopting it as amended today.
Right, it's not coming, doesn't have to come back to us again, so we don't have to push it off for another 30.
You'd see it in final product, not to vote.
Yeah.
Consider it.
Okay.
Would Be the final product that would be sent up.
Right.
Whatever.
It'll be uploaded on your website and everyone could see it. and
Okay.
So it'll be
Okay.
nice and new.
Thanks.
This is what we do at first and second reading. We try to minimize how much of it we're doing, especially at second reading, but I went back and looked at my notes and listened to make sure and just
That's fine.
verifying what we talked about.
To be honest with you, I don't recall word by word what we said from that meeting. That's why I'm trusting that you're just bringing forward those comments that were provided and that were not, here today.
Oh, Alex, would you be able to add that new section 1.3 for us, please?
It's already written down.
Okay, great, thank you.
Alex, do you want me to email that language to you that we wrote here on the fly?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Just so we're all on the same page and then
Yeah.
I could change, that,
And I'll read it to you guys one more time, just to make sure you're cool with it, 'cause I'm gonna send it to Alex and then he's gonna add it in and then, and we're gonna vote on it as in a change tonight. So just to make sure, it says and to promote resident engagement through communications, community events, and education to foster an elevated sense of community. Cool, okay. Okay, so Alex, do you want language for the fertilizer pesticide portion, or what have you decided to do about that?
This capture, hold on, I'll read. It's Page 30, right? Yep. Yeah, 1.3 to protect the Biscayne and Florida and aquifers in Biscayne Bay from pesticides and fertilizer.
So that'll be on page 30 as policy 1.3.
Yep.
Got it. And remind me, see, I should have written this down myself. An intro paragraph number.
Commissioner Kenny, were you still looking through your list?
No, I'm just writing the email to him.
Okay.
I'm just sending the wording to him.
Okay.
So, those are all the things I had. So if you need me to amend my motion to, because now we've changed it, we've made several amendments. If you need me to amend my motion to approve with these changes, I can do that.
I will wait on that until we make sure that we've covered everyone else's any other potential comments that we may have. So having concluded the Commissioner Kennedy's comments, do we have any other comments for Alex on the second reading of this ordinance?
I don't.
No? Okay. Vice Mayor? Okay, so then Commissioner, if you wouldn't mind amending your motion, please.
Okay, so I'm going to amend my motion. Let me close this up. I'm going to amend my motion to approve the second reading of the comp plan with the changes that we discussed regarding pesticides and fertilizers and the aquifer protection, and also the language about promoting resident engagement in intro paragraph number 4.
Okay, Commissioner Kenny, thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so we've already discussed the item. Madam Clerk, would you please call roll on the amended motion, please?
Mayor Gross,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez, Commissioner Amsler, Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Olivera.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted as amended on second reading 5-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Alex.
I'm gonna stand up
I-
here for the next time.
I figured.
I won't move.
Okay, so let's move on to our next ordinance, item 10B, which is ordinance 2023-07. Mr. Attorney, would you please read onto the record for us?
An ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, amending the Biscayne Park Comprehensive Plan to incorporate the adopted 16-year water supply plan update and to strengthen the coordination between water supply planning and local land use planning by amending certain objectives and policies in the public facilities, conservation, intergovernmental coordination, and capital improvement elements, providing for conformity with Florida statutes, providing for transmittal, providing for inclusion in the comprehensive plan and scrivener's errors, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Do we have any public comments on item 10B? You're on Zoom? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, were any of the comments that you'd received by email, public comment?
They were not, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so with no public comment, do I have a motion and a second to approve this item?
Motion to approve.
Commissioner Kennedy, do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Oliveira, so we will move this item into discussion.
Good evening again. So basically, it's kind of the same format. I worked very diligently with the Water Management District staff there and WASD. Again, what you see in yellow are the changes suggested by WASD and mostly the Water Management District. So they just wanted a few changes here and there. Population was one item we discussed. Since we started, we had actually had to go back because the water WASD at the county did not adopt their water supply plan, and we were waiting and waiting. So we finally got that in, so that there's some changes dealing with dates and numbers that are now reflective of what they did. So I think those are the main comments. We were kind of caught in the middle. So we went back and changed some of the data. And with that, I request the adoption of the water supply plan.
Is there any, the edits or comments that you just mentioned, were there any material changes to what we had previously discussed?
Well, lots of numbers. I mean, population, gallons per day of, millions of gallons, whatever the water system takes out of the ground, what were the permit numbers that are out, the allocation by the Water Management District. So their plan was last adopted 5 years ago, or a little bit more than that. So we just, we were going along using that because that's what we were told to do, because there was no adopted plan. So now we went back in and changed it.
You just updated it.
So, yeah.
Okay.
So it's mostly, like I said, the population projections data based on their new water use permit. So.
Okay. Thank you, Alex. Okay, so do we have any specific discussion items for item 10B?
I just have a quick one. As I think about it, because I know all the numbers were modified. Is this different than what we have in our comp plan?
These will be the same. I mean, we're going to merge these policies here into that document.
So we're taking North Miami's numbers to match and pull them into the comp plan.
It's a balancing act.
50?
I mean, you get your water from North Miami.
Yeah.
But we have to deal with all three agencies, North Miami, WASD, and the South Florida Water Management District.
And they all provide different numbers?
They provide different numbers, and we have to,
Oh,
this is
beautiful.
and I keep on saying this, I think this is about my 25th, this go around, so I know what numbers we need to use, so.
And say in the future, because we don't know what population we look like by 2030, if any of this needs to be adjusted for service matters, how's the process?
Well, I'll tell you what's going to happen. The Water Management District is now going through their 5-year plan now. Okay, we're woefully late, not just you guys, but the county, like I said. So at the end of this year, there will be another 5-year plan by the Water Management District. And within 18 months of that date, municipalities, the counties are required to do it again. So I'm hoping we're back on track with the county, which I am hoping that's the case. So,
Okay,
within another 2 years, you'll be seeing this again.
got sense.
So, and then we'll be caught up.
Thank you.
They're doing this again. Well, if they're doing it again,
It's
is there,
tedious.
right? Well, I guess we have to do this one before we can address the new
Yes.
5-year plan, right? There's,
Well,
we
yeah,
can't
you're
just
not,
wait
you're
for
not
the
at
new-
that stage yet, that'll come down the road. You won't be, yours won't be due until or May, June 25, if we're back on schedule.
Okay.
I know it's exciting stuff, but
Okay. Thanks, Alex. Do we have any other specific discussion items or questions for Alex on this one?
Thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
I have nothing.
Vice Mayor? Okay. All right, well, so having concluded the discussion item on this, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll on this?
Mayor Groh,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez. Commissioner Amsler,
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Olivera.
Yes.
The item is adopted on second reading. 5-0 vote.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Madam Clerk. And having concluded 10B, let's move on to 10C.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, were we going to bump the discussion of the log cabin up?
Well, originally I had moved it up to the conclusion of after our resolutions. So
Okay.
right now we would have 10C and 11A, and then we would have the log cabin.
Okay. Thank you.
If you want to move it up, I don't care. I mean, we want to have that conversation because people are here waiting for it. But I know there's people on Zoom, I think, waiting for this conversation about the ordinance as well. Okay.
I know we had the owner of the log cabin here at the last meeting. Do we know if,
He's not here and he's not responding to text.
I'd like to give him maybe a little bit more, see if he would show up for it. Okay. Okay, so let's move on to item 10C. Mr. Attorney, would you please read item 10C ordinance 2023 under the record for us?
Cats? Yes, cats. An ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, amending Chapter 3 Animals, the Code of Ordinances of the Village of Biscayne Park to revise Section 3.22 prohibited in parks, Section 3.25 allowing dogs to cause injury to person, property, or animal, and Section 3.26 unrestrained dogs to add cats and other animals to the regulations and restrictions contained therein, providing for inclusion in the code and scrivener errors, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. So at this time, we will take public comment on item 10C.
There's been no motion. Take a motion.
Second, okay. Public comment.
Judy Hamelberg, once again. We have some very aggressive mockingbirds that dive bomb our people. Are we going to start targeting them too? Because they're also animals. We have possums. I had one cornered on my front porch, which I didn't realize, who came at me the other day. Are we going to start trying to annihilate our possums? We have raccoons regularly in my yard. They actually keep the cats in check sometimes. So I think you guys are going way overboard because we have all sorts of animals, some that are native here, some that are not native here. I think it's really, really overreach. I think it's absurd. I think it's shameful that we're wasting so much time over a couple of small areas rather than getting spay-neuter clinics out there to try and take care of our population and take care of things in a different way by making laws against animals. I mean, where is it going to end? Are we going to have no animals left at all? I think it's crazy.
Janie Anderson, 11905 Northeast 11th Place, and I had promised myself I was not going to do this. I was not going to get up and talk on this topic, but here I am. With all due respect to the comments that have been made earlier, although I do agree about the money for the spay neutering, but that's a story for another day. There is no way you're going to make an ordinance that isn't going to feel like it's impinging on somebody. But there has to be, just like with every ordinance you guys pass, what I am seriously a crazy cat person. Anybody who knows me knows I am. I have owned, or they owned me, many over the years, all of whom started life on the street. All of whom never saw the street once I took them in my house. So I have a hard time grasping the cats can't get used to indoors. I've had too many of them who'd been on the streets for a year or two and learned real quickly how much nicer it was in the air conditioning. So that I'm just not buying. And it, again, is it going to be an easy ordinance to enforce? Of course not. None of them are easy. But it has to give code something to work with. Because to say this is a civil matter, think about, well, first of all, if the village can help to make even a small dent in the issue, think about the logistics involved in turning that into a civil matter and all that can happen if we go down that kind of a road. It's just a matter of being responsible. To say a cat goes into your yard and doesn't go any further, they're cats. They're not like dogs. I mean, they're not going to be constrained by a fence. Why not do something, have some small mitigation? Again, no ordinance makes everybody happy. No ordinance doesn't impinge to some degree every one of us. But you've seen the outcry. And I have to tell you, though, I have seen an incredible increase over the course of the last 6-8 months in outside cats. So people aren't kidding when they say it's become a problem. And it's a fairness issue for the cats. They don't get creamed by cars if they're inside. Thanks.
We do have one commenter online as well.
Okay.
I guess you're talking about me. So Sean O'Neill, 11709 Northeast 8th Avenue. I want to thank you, Janie, for those comments, because I was going to say something similar, that every ordinance we have, we live in a neighborhood, and the root word of that is neighbor. And when we start thinking about, well, it's not a problem for me, or I don't care, or this is something I want to do, then we don't have a community. I think there was a comment in the last reading says, something about, increasing, the community, the sense of community. And, I think that's, it's kind of it's a joke to say that I'm going to do whatever I want to do. And nobody is denying that these things are actually happening, the property damage that I've experienced. And I know people want to talk about, these cars or whatever it is. Let me tell you, the cars that we have 4 cars in my household, between me and my wife. I have 3 cars that sit outside. Then the quote unquote nicest car is the one that sits in the garage. The other cars that sit outside are less expensive than my neighbor's cars. I mean, I have a Porsche 911 next to me. I have Teslas and Range Rovers across the street from me. I have new Hyundai Genesis down the street from me. So it's not about, oh, I have a nice car or anything like that. It's about, you could have a lease car and you could get damage from a cat or other animal. I don't know, a dog, I guess, in this case for this ordinance. And you would have to return your lease and you'd have to pay a significant fee to get out of that lease. So it's not just, I'm the one who's being impacted, the one who's been vocal about it when it comes to a vehicle, but there's also issues with our yard, which we've talked about, the enjoyment of our outside. And this whole attitude of, well, it's not my problem, or this is what I want to do. I think that's the problem, and also say from the commission perspective, I've heard some of the commissioners and I'll call you out, Art Gonzalez, I've heard you say in meetings like, well, you'll talk out both sides of your mouth. Well, you'll say it's not, this isn't fair. We should add both here, but then, oh, because I want to feed my dog, then that's discriminated. We can't do anything about it. So, I think it's kind of nonsense to take your own personal issues and look and put them above the community. So again, I want to thank, the neighbor right immediately before me. I think it was Janie who said, every ordinance impinges somebody. I may want to have my trailer in my front yard, but guess what? I live in a neighborhood and I can't do that. I want to paint it pink. I want to paint my house fuchsia. I can't do it, or I have to get a permission to do it. You know, this is why I live in this neighborhood, because it's a beautiful neighborhood full of beautiful houses. And the cat problem has increased. Years ago, we had a neighbor across the street who was feeding cats, and it wasn't an issue for whatever reason. She was feeding them. We all knew it. But it has become more of a problem. There's more and more cats. And I'll just kind of end with this. I think it's it's really disheartening to just for people to say, you know, I don't know. I forgot. I lost my train of thought. This issue gets me very worked up because I'm just so disappointed and kind of in people, and that's the way of our world now. It's a me society, and I think about how it impacts me first and what I want to do. And you know, I try not to do anything. I try not to play my music too loud. You know, if I have neighbors outside or if it's past a certain hour, I just think if that's the way we want to live, then you know. Why don't we just all have farms and have 50 acres and stay away from people? I know, sorry. I'll unhand. The last thing I did want to say is, you know, about the civil lawsuits thing. You know, if we're engendering a sense of community, how great is it going to be when I serve my neighbor with papers for a lawsuit? I mean, that's ridiculous. So I think, you know, to kind of just say there's nothing we can do on this issue, wipe your hands clean of it, commission, I think you're abdicating your duties. So I'll end with that.
Hi,
Additional
good
public
evening.
comment?
Hi, Gage Hartung, 1029 Northeast 114th Street. Again, I wasn't going to speak on this subject, but after hearing some of the comments, I do want to say that if this gives code enforcement some tools to actually enforce, you know, the neighbors that are having issues with cats, I want to put my name down as, you know, as one of the ones that says that I think this is a good ordinance that we should be considering. You know, if it's creating owner responsibility of your cats, no matter if you're going to let them out or you're going to keep them inside, just like your dog, my dog, if my dog is going to go outside, I have to be responsible for where it goes. So I want to, you know, I heard some say that there's only 4 people that are for this. Well, I'm going to be number 5, even though I don't have a cat and I'm not into it. I do have to say it is very irritating to get in your car every morning and your feet smell like urine. And that happens with me a lot because there are a lot of cats in my neighborhood that like to use my front yard. So I am impacted in some ways and with things like that. But I'm looking at it as if this is a tool that helps not penalize people, but helps our code enforcement actually help our residents. I would like to say that I'm for this. Thank you.
We do have another commenter online. Patricia?
This is Patricia Castellar Smith, 10745 Griffin Boulevard. I did speak earlier. While I understand the importance behind such an ordinance, I think that one of the things that we do have to take into account is code enforcement today does not have the ability to enforce many things because they just don't have the staff. Earlier in this meeting, it was discussed that there's a lot of time being spent on short-term rental discussions by code enforcement and several other meetings. So I have a question. Why would you put a law into place that you cannot necessarily enforce? It's not in Dade County laws or anything like that. So we're adding a law potentially, which I disagree with adding, to enforce something that is very difficult to enforce, or to make some people happy, to help other residents, which I don't have an issue with. How are you going to enforce it? Are you going to hire more staff? Because if the problem continues to rise, is code enforcement going to spend more time on that particular issue versus someone who has grass that's 6 feet tall, someone who's letting their house come apart? How is the commission, how is the Village of Biscayne Park going to support this by enforcing the code when we know darn well that they pick and choose what they're going to enforce because they just don't have the support or the staff to manage that? So I have a really tough time supporting a law that is very difficult to enforce just for the sake of saying it's a law now. That's it. Thank you.
Nothing else online.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manager. All right, having concluded public comment, we already have a motion in a second.
I have,
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, thank you. We have some email comments, correct?
yes, sir.
Okay,
Robert Chandler, resident of Biscayne Park. It just says, I was informed today that the village is having a vote for an amendment to the Animals Ordinance 10C. I understand that some are wishing to add cats to the animals that are not allowed outside to roam freely and be healthy. I just can't say much, but the word that keeps coming to my head is ridiculous. Is the village going to let some who despise an animal to make laws to forbid them? I understand if you curtail them to need vaccinations or neutering, but to outlaw them from being outside. Has there even been another municipality that has done this? Is there nothing else going on in these 400 acres of land that is more important? I am not able to make it to this meeting, but if possible, I would like this read into public comment. Again, ridiculous, Robert Chandler.
I missed a section in the middle of that. Could you pass that down so I can look at it before you move on to the next one? Thank you. I mean, you can continue on.
Alexandra Duvall. I hope this message finds you all well. I'm writing to express my concerns about agenda item 10C, which seeks to amend the animal ordinance in Biscayne Park. My main concern is the proposal to leash domestic cats when they are outdoors. Cats have unique needs and behaviors distinct from dogs, and I feel this regulation will create difficulties for responsible cat owners who prioritize their pets' well-being. While I understand the importance of addressing feral cat and disease issues, I suggest considering alternative solutions, such as strengthening trap neuter return programs for feral cats. This approach could better address the root problems while respecting the rights of responsible cat owners in our village. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to learning more about the proposed amendments and community input. Alexandra Duvall. Christina Zoller. Good afternoon.
What was that name? I'm sorry.
Christina Zoller, Zoeller. I just wanted to send you my opinion on this topic because I do not feel this is a good use of our code department and other resources. Trying to eliminate outdoor cats seems like a losing battle. Neighborhoods will always have stray cats. If there are people that are getting their property destroyed by a cat and they have the proof, they should take it up with the owner of the cat to pay for the damages, i.e. small claims court or other. Penalizing citing homeowners for feeding their pet cat or stray cat who has made their yard their home is unfair. I have been a resident of Biscayne Park for almost 26 years. I have had both indoor and outdoor cats. Currently, I have a cat and I choose to keep him indoors because a few years ago, I had both my outdoor cats killed by dogs. One by stray dogs roaming the neighborhood and the other was my neighbor's dog. When this happened, I dealt with my neighbor personally. As a small, quaint neighborhood, we have much more important things going on that need our attention more than cats. And I have one more here. Alicia Morgan. Dear Biscayne Park, please have my comments read below at the meeting. Whoever considered adding cats to this part of the code along with dogs has never had a cat. It is basically impossible to get a leash on a cat. And if cats are indoor or outdoor, they have a route they take and they always come back home. How are you going to know whose cat is whose? You're going to trap and check a microchip on a cat just to give someone a fine? This is absurd. There are also good Samaritans who try to feed homeless cats, but they are not their pets, nor per se. Are you going to punish kind-hearted elderly people? The code made a rule against dogs being loose because it is actually unsafe. They could hurt someone. The cats are not dangerous to our community, and what other pets are also included. Pet squirrels, pet iguanas. Laugh out loud. I don't know what pets the commission meant to include, but most pets, other than dogs, will not wear a leash and are not dangerous. I know some people in this neighborhood are anti-cat or anti-feral cat, but this proposal will not be enforceable or serve the intended purpose of the law. Please read this in your meeting of the commission as I am able to attend. Alicia and Morgan. And the last one I have here is Solange Rosalot. Not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Biscayne Park resident, item 10C is ridiculous. More codes, more enforcement. And this case is stupid, ridiculous, and dumb. Why don't you take the time to do the math to lower the millage rate? Don't insult the residents. Don't underestimate the taxpayers. And please don't try to parent us saying we are good or bad pet owners. If you are not up to the task, get out. Don't contact me regarding this. Regards, Solange. And that was the last one, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And just for clarification, the email comments that you had for this evening's general meeting, were they all for this item or were there others as well?
All for this item.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, so having concluded public comment on item 10C, we already have a first and second to move this item into discussion, so let's do that. Discussion, right?
To start.
Okay.
Since one of our residents mentioned me by name, somebody, I think they mentioned that I speak out of both sides of my mouth. First time I've been accused of that. Let me try to clarify where I stood on this. I was willing to go forward with this. What I wasn't willing to go forward with was the backyard feeding, right? The open feeding in your yard. Where I said we're crossing a line there, because at the end of the day, you know, what I do in my yard, as long as it's my yard, I don't think the city has any merit to. So I think I was pretty clear, and again, I was for this. Well, I'm just going to say two things. Number one, and I think this has already been mentioned, this is going to be near to impossible to enforce. I said that the last time we were here. I think I was pretty clear with that as well. And also, this is not going to solve the issue. The majority of the issues that we have it's not with people's personal cats. It's with strays, right? That is just the reality. Now, having said all of that, you know, I also don't understand. You know, I love all animals. But I'm a dog person, so I don't understand how we treat one animal one way and another animal another way. This idea of letting cats just roam free, I don't grasp that concept, because if I owned a cat, and I don't own a cat, but if I did, I would not let them roam free. I had to alert my next door neighbor my neighbor from across the street that their cat had been run over on Griffin Boulevard right in front of my house, and I had to knock on their door and let them know that their cat had been killed, and that was a horrific thing for me to do. And it's not the first time. Another time I had to move a cat off the road that had also been killed. And I posted it on Nextdoor, and the owner came forward and said, "Hey, that was my cat." So this concept of letting, you know, cats roam free, I don't understand it. I really don't get it. And you know, again, I've never owned cats, so you know, maybe I think differently. I would never let my dogs roam free. And none of them are killers, I could tell you that, especially the Pomeranian. He would probably end up getting killed before he kills somebody else or hurt somebody. So, you know, I'm willing to move forward with this as it is. But again, I don't get it. I really don't get this whole concept of letting cats roam free. And again, and lastly, again, to be very clear, this is going to be near to impossible to enforce. And it's not going to solve the issue that we currently have. And I hope that I'm as clear as I can possibly be with this.
Okay, so I have applied the comments that I wanted to bring up about this. So I was on a plane about to take off last time this item was brought up, and I voted against it, and I kind of gave my 2 cents of why I thought it didn't deserve to move forward into a draft ordinance. I got caught off, so I went online and checked back on the recording just to make sure that I know what I'm missing. And I was very disappointed. I have to say, very disappointed at the type of and the quality of conversations among the 3 left commissioners. I was expecting more in terms of measuring the impacts of passing into an ordinance, something like this. I understood, some of you actually explained they have no idea about cats. Art, you said you were afraid of cats. You don't know about them. They freak you out. And Mag, you went on to say that's irresponsible pet ownership. I think those are big words for people that don't know much about cats and that may not knowing much about cats. But you have your point of view, and I respect that. But this would affect a lot of families like mine. You heard my daughter talk about my 12-year-old Gaga. And so she's been with us, and I actually train her to be an outdoor cat. I've had cats my entire life since I was a baby, literally. And I know very much and very well about them. And I know some people choose to have them indoors, and it's always been a choice for us to do that training. We've had apartments most of our lives, so it was an opportunity for the cats to be roaming outside, or they would fall from a 15th floor. But in this village, I found heaven for Gaga, and Gaga loves it. So she sunbathe in usually my territory. You'll see her, people know her. But I see her coming from the neighbor, and I see Snowflake coming from the other neighbor. And I know them because some of them carry their color, so I can identify them. So a lot of what you've heard today is about that. People that actually would be affected in the way of they decided they want to raise their pet. The same way we decide to raise our kids. We all have differences in there, and we've seen a lot of what the law can do regarding that. So in this aspect specifically, I was disappointed. I, again, will reiterate, this is unenforceable. This came straight from the manager's voice. I asked, how would they do it? Well, it is unenforceable. Now we don't have the budget to do it. We're still, and you'll hear about this tomorrow as well. We have an issue of scope in the village. We have a lot of laws that we have to comply with, which make us who we are. And we need to make sure that happens. So this isn't a quick, simple fix. And Mag, you refer to it as it is a simple fix. It's not. We have to look for the resources to back it up. That's our job. It's part of our job to make sure that we have the budget allowed to make the code happen. Otherwise, and I want to quote Sean, and I hope you're still there. I don't know if you still are. But one of the meetings you came, you specifically, actually it was an email you sent us. You asked, if code enforcement does not see the act live, does it mean it's not cited? Nobody gets caught, then it's nothing that you can do. The answer was no. Your comment was then we need to rethink laws because these are just mere suggestions. But that's what I would be. And I don't think that's our role here to provide mere suggestions of what we want to see happen, because we have to put the resources behind everything we put in the code. That's our responsibility. So I'm disappointed at how this was brought up. I thought, you should have come with some more of a consistent kind of understanding of what you were deciding when this discussion happened. And unfortunately, again, I wasn't able to participate furthermore. I was literally taken off from the plane that day. But I wanted to state a couple facts, if I may, Mayor, 2 more minutes. Some of the things that were said. Let's see. So it was said that we made clear determinations in prior meetings that outdoor cats, really any stray, feral, whatever, so cat are damaging property of others. We never made any determinations of that. We were presented with cases such as Sean with pictures on how that happened. We didn't make a determination. We have no proof that actually was cats, because that's the whole issue of this. We have, and clearly I can tell you, I'm sure they are. But unless you see and code enforcement is there, we have nothing that we can do. There was discussed the ways that this is an enforceable. I understand, Art, you say you don't understand how people can love animals and leave them out like that. But again, I also understand this comes from not knowing what cat ownership is. Prior meetings, there were also, let's see, other reports. We got reports on other cats chasing dogs in the village. None report was made. I actually called the manager, asked, are we having reports on people complaining their dogs being chased by cats? No, it's a lot about the billion birds that are being killed annually by cats was brought up, which is in effect true for the entire country. And this is Googleable, so anybody can know that. The effects of this in the village isn't, but again, we're a bird sanctuary and I understand we want to protect that. Cats causing damage, bothering neighbors. I called the report. There is a total of 10 reports for the entire year on this matter. So I have a bunch of other notes. I'm not going to take more of your time. All I'm going to say is that when you vote for this, please consider that there's other people. This is not a trainable pet. That is a trainable pet. That's why I don't say so many shows about cats making treats and that it's very hard to train them. It's not as easy. I put a leash on it and I would walk with them. So you're asking these families to make a lifestyle change, which is to close the door and leave them behind. And this would have no impact whatsoever on the current population of stray cats. These cats, pet cats, are vaccinated, cared for, neutered or spayed. And again, I haven't heard about the TNR program, which is #1, the most successful program announced by the county that it currently has active. Now, the county has $7 billion in operating resources, let me tell you. So I don't want to hear that we cannot pull into some of them, because actually right before the meeting, a neighbor just sent me, a neighbor that actually works within the TRN program, how they are able to do this. I haven't heard about that solution taking effect in the village first. So we want to jump from let's fix stray cat issues, which was brought by Sean. And Sean, I am 100% feel your concern. I would be pissed off if I had a bunch of cats peeing on my backyard and it was from no one's land. I would be furious if my feet smelled like urine the whole time. But this law that is in draft to be passed has no effect whatsoever on that reality. It won't change it. It just simply won't. So just to, it feels to me we're trying to cover the sun with our thumb. We're not going to be able to enforce this again, and I won't go anymore, but please don't vote for it. Educate yourselves before you move forward a law like this, and let's contemplate other possible solutions before you inflict sort of a law and punish people that had made other choices and have other ways of thinking about how they treat their cats. Thank you.
Commissioner?
Well, it sounds like I missed a lot. Thank you. And the last that I recall about this topic that we have been discussing for a few months now, and I think we're all really, really sympathetic to what's going on with the property of Sean at 117th. I guess I have a couple of questions, much like the Vice Mayor did, and some observations like Commissioner Amsler. Why is there no language that is related to strays or menace cats as opposed to this blanket language about, something that it seems is so unenforceable? I have an indoor-outdoor cat. He hangs around my backyard. He's actually a rescue from this very village. He was found in the car engine of one of our neighbors. And so he came to my home a year ago. He's neutered, he's chipped, he's around the house, but he is indoor and outdoor. And I'm okay with that. again, unenforceable. What are we gonna do to really solve the problem of this? Guys, can we get a language change to speak to strays or menace cats? Can we get a money conversation regarding DNR and, supporting that? As was already mentioned during public comment, that I'd love to look amongst us for a real solution that has some real positive impact as opposed to just some blanket language that is not going to have any effect at all.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy? We've had a personal accord on with a lot of folks on this one, I think. There's been a lot of things that have already been mentioned. I don't know that I have a whole lot of substance to add. I think everyone has kind of touched upon, I think, the more material issues that we're talking about right now. I won't say that I've decided one way or the other, but what I will say is just trying to understand with some of the issues that people have with it is that, I know unenforceability is a big problem, and people are communicating that unenforceability is a problem because we don't have the resources or we have trouble, we can't dedicate individuals to doing this. But, I think enforcement of our code has been an issue kind of across the board. And that doesn't stop us from saying there are codes that we need. So I'm not saying that I'm one way or the other against this. I'm just trying to look at it from all potential angles here. Certainly I have dogs myself, Commissioner, Vice Mayor Gonzalez. I looked at this from the first time that we brought it up as kind of more of an all-inclusive. If we have one, why not all? I've never owned cats, so I don't know what their lifestyle is like. So I can certainly understand the concern when you have folks saying, well, if they live a different lifestyle, they have different behaviors. I don't know how other neighbors may feel about, cats crossing their yards. We've heard a lot from, I think, both sides. I would certainly be interested in hearing more about how to deal with feral populations. Trap and release. I know that trap and release has come up before, and I may misunderstand this, but it's my understanding with a lot of trap and release programs is they are released back to where that they are trapped.
Yep.
So we have a population. Now I understand the neutering and spaying aspect.
Do it.
I understand that as, a generational, let's take care of the next generation of potential feral cats, and that's great. But it certainly doesn't immediately reduce the population. I look at this as, I don't think there's one good solution, unfortunately.
And we're not going to exterminate
certainly.
them.
No.
So, I mean, there's.
Of course,
Let-
I remember Commissioner Kenny had brought up the relocation that Judy had mentioned today, and I don't know how that works. I would love to hear more about that. I mean, now we're talking more feral than we are talking about, domestic. It is my understanding that when we originally talked about this item, we asked our attorney, not Brad, I think it was Valerie at the time, to bring us back some potential solutions that we see within the county. So it's my recollection, and certainly correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my recollection that this language or this solution came to us as having been deployed in other municipalities in a certain form. Not the case?
I'll address that.
Sure, yeah.
No, I'll wait till you're.
Well, there's really not a whole lot more that I have to say other than I understand that there are two very passionate sides about this. And I think I've just boiled down to the conclusion that I don't think that there is a solution that's going to make everyone happy. So I'm just trying to absorb and understand everyone's positions, which I appreciate. So Commissioner Kennedy, if you want to kind of jump on to what I had just mentioned, I'd certainly.
So I had some notes that I won't read through all of them. I don't think at this point, some things have been. I want to respond to a couple of things that were said and then share some feelings on it. So, passion on it, certainly. People are passionate about all kinds of things, but there's just a certain practicality and logic that I'm applying to this as well.
And it basically is about helping people who have a problem. So there are people who have a problem and there are people who feel very passionate about it who don't seem to be having any problems. So I don't know what they're so upset about. So your last point, Jonathan, guys, I'm going to apologize in advance because I'm starting to lose my throat and my hearing. I'm starting to kind of slip a little bit here. I haven't been well recently. Valerie looked through our code to find places that we could amend. That's what she looked for. I don't recall her looking else outside to see what else. I recall her saying, I'll look inside your code, and that's what she recommended.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So a couple of things. So to be clear, Sean O'Neill's name has been bandied about a little bit because he's one of the residents who is discussing this with us. And I want to be clear that this isn't about Sean or his family or any single resident. So people who are saying Sean this and Sean that, it's not Sean. It's quite a number of people. Some of whom we have had in this room discussing this problem with us, some of whom have sent us all emails, and many of whom, quite frankly, are afraid to join the fight because they're afraid of what will happen when they say out loud. So, and again, we could say that on just about any topic that comes before us, but this one, they feel a certain threat from the people who would be anti this, and they're quite frankly afraid to be in this room. They thank me for bringing it forward. They are grateful that other residents support it, but they're not willing to come in here and say anything out loud. So be clear about that. So I heard lots of opinions from people in the audience and commissioners as well about this, about how this isn't going to work, but I didn't hear any alternate solutions. So it's not going to work. It's not worth it, but I didn't hear anyone bring any better ideas. I also, respectfully, did not hear anyone, residents or commissioners during the budget season, multiple workshops and a budget hearing, request money for TNR. Well, all of a sudden to say, why don't we spend money on TNR? There's a solution and we aren't helping with the cause. Okay, well, that's easy to say tonight when you're looking for things to throw out there. The villages, people, this village in the past has, to Judy's point, has in the past participated. I understand that, right? Actually, the county is not accepting animals to be neutered right now.
There is
Open it back up again? Okay, well, recently they stopped for a while because there were so many. At any rate, this is my point. These are my points to make that. So, but no one requested money for TNR programs, and there are people out there you can donate to. Judy knows who they are. She's been involved in some of the organizations, I think, and the village has donated money to try to help our specific problem in the past. But not one of us brought it up during the budget season. So be clear on that. Okay, so one of the residents who I'm not going to name, who I have met, I don't know him, but I have met him, said something in his submitted comments that there's a component of people despising cats. That needs to be addressed because that's an ugly, non-factual thing to say. Okay, no one who has come in this room has stated or implied in any way that they don't like cats. If anybody wants to think that because I'm the one that brought this forward and I have been vocal on the issue, thinks that I in some way don't like cats, they're wrong. So I'm going to take a moment here and explain. I was raised with cats. We always had cats. We had multiple cats. We had litters of cats. I have sat and helped mother cats who in my bedroom closet deliver kittens. That's the family I was raised in. We had dogs, we had cats, we had rabbits, we had gerbils. I wanted to be a large animal vet at one point in my life. That's what I went to college to do. So I'm the animal guy. I'm also the environmental guy. Those two things have to balance each other. And most of my adult life, I've owned multiple cats or a cat. I don't presently. My last cat, Ozzy, died during COVID. I found him outside as a baby. I raised him from a bottle. When I lived on South Beach, he made 2 moves with me and he died when he was 16. But I don't presently have a cat. I love cats. Be clear on that. Anybody who wants to know, I said the words. Believe it. This has nothing to do with me not liking cats. And I hear that said by people. So now you've heard me say it. Stop the silliness. So
a couple of other responses to things. For those of you who say we can't enforce the codes we have, so we shouldn't have another code, I would take that as a little more of a genuine comment if you presented a list at a meeting of all the codes that we should cut because we can't enforce all the codes. So I propose you bring a list. Here are all the codes that we should strike from our code of ordinances. Here are all the things we need to get rid of because we can't enforce our codes. Ditto with laws. I'll remind you, with all respect to the police officer who's not listening to me, so it doesn't matter that I don't want him to think I'm insulting him, but well, he looked up. He's multitasking over there. Police can't stop people from running stop signs or speeding through our village. The laws are on the books because when we can, we do. And that's the same with all codes. When we can, we do. In this case, this code is being this changed. And by the way, these are very minor changes, are being suggested because we have problems that we're trying to solve. I am thrilled that there are so many residents that don't have problems with cats. I am so happy for all of the residents who don't have their property being damaged, who don't walk through cat stench to get to their car or when they're working in their yard. I'm happy for the residents who can play ball in the backyard with their kids and not pick it up covered with cat shit, pardon my French. I'm happy for all the people that don't have problems. I'm really especially happy for all the people who have never gotten worms from cat feces and had to go to a dermatologist and spend a lot of money and a lot of time taking nasty medication to kill the worms that are living in their body. So for those of you who have not suffered through that, let me tell you, it ain't pretty. The backup on the agenda that shows somebody with it in their hands is me. I've had it twice. I did not bring this ordinance forward because I have a problem with it. But twice, I've gotten worms from my neighbor's cats. When I walked in the dermatologist's office from across the room, she said, "Oh my God, you've been near cats." And I said, "Yep, they're all over my yard." So it's a real thing. This is about helping the people who are having the problems, and I'm thrilled for the people who aren't having any problem. Another misconception, I think there are people that either didn't bother to read the ordinance at all before they got up and spoke or mailed in their comments. So I think there are people who either didn't read what is being proposed here or got misinformation or non-reliable information from another source. One of the things it's not doing is prohibiting open feeding in any way. Art said it, and I'm going to say it again because someone stated some misinformation. This is not in any way going to stop anyone from feeding their animals in their yard. That was part of what was proposed. It did not make it to this point. This is really about, this is anti-property damage is what this is really about. If you think about it, it's helping people who are having their properties damaged. We're helping people that do have the products. Okay, respectfully, and I'm not going to name names here, but I can't not say this. How do I say it respectfully? I don't like when people play the prove it card. Prove we have a problem. Show me police reports. Show me statistics. Show me this, show me that. Perfect example. The billions with a B of birds that are killed in the US every year from outdoor cats. But somehow we can't extrapolate that down that it's a problem in Biscayne Park. It is. It is. So playing the prove it card to try to make a point or to sway opinion, don't have a lot of respect for that. Prove that cats are chasing dogs. Well, talk to Karen. I'm not going to say her last name. Talk to Karen. She walks her dog every day in this village and she'll tell you exactly where it happens. I picked up lots of dead birds in my yard, and my yard's full of people's cats, and I hear it from other neighbors as well. We don't know that all these cats are cared for. That was also said tonight. So for someone who, if you want to hear statistics, prove that all these cats have vaccinations and they're cared for. Because I'm telling you, they don't. Because I live on a street with a cat hoarder and she claims they're all hers. And there they are, full of mange, missing fur. Several have lost their tails, just rotted off their bodies. My dog came running in from the backyard one day with a cat's tail in its mouth. That was really nice. Yeah. Yeah, real thing. So there's a statistic we can measure. One dog ran towards its owner carrying a cat's tail. I picked up plenty of dead birds from cats. So let's not pretend that these things aren't happening just because someone can't hold up a statistic and say in Biscayne Park in the past 12 months, this is exactly what's happened. It's happening. Let's not play that card. So to those people who are not having problems, you're not being penalized. To those people who are not causing problems, you won't be penalized. To the people who are causing problems and get away with it, you won't be penalized. You won't be penalized the same way. I won't get penalized when I run a stop sign on my way home from this meeting and there's not a cop there to stop me. That's how it goes. See, now he's sending a memo to someone to follow me on the way home. So this is not overreach. It's simply helping a problem. We already have these laws in the books about animals, but strangely, and this is the cat guy talking, it is so peculiar to me that there are laws written about some pets that don't apply to others. So there are laws written about dogs. They can't come crap in your yard, but the neighbor's cat can. They can't run loose into the park. A dog can't go run loose through the rec center, run amok through the rec center, but a cat can. A dog can't run onto the volleyball court and take a dump, but a cat can. If a dog attacked another dog or any animal, there'd be recourse for it, but there's not for cats. So it's very peculiar to me as a responsible pet owner, and I am going to go out and say it's irresponsible to have your cats outside. I've picked up plenty of dead cats on my street. Or I've called Public Works and asked them to pick them up. It is irresponsible to put your cat outside. And I say this as a former irresponsible cat owner. Because back in the 70s, I grew up in the 60s. Most of you can't even remember this. Anyone in here that old? No. I grew up in the 60s and we had indoor outdoor cats. And I remember the cats bringing home dead animals all the time. And the sound the cat would make at the back door when it wanted to come in and it had something in its mouth and it was so proud to show you what it brought home for you. We had one cat named Belle. I'm going to tell the story real quickly because it's just an adorable story. Belle had so many litters and we kept some of her cats, some of her kids, raised them. But Belle had so many litters. And she was a big, gorgeous, hairy thing. She was just a magnificent cat. But Belle also was such a mother that she would come home with babies that she took from other mothers. She came home with a groundhog, a baby groundhog that she took out of the nest. And we came home one day. I remember walking in and my mom screaming, and there was Belle nursing all her kittens, and a big groundhog was nursing alongside the kittens. I was an irresponsible cat owner. And back in the 60s, we did all kinds of really bad things, like let our cats go outside and kill wildlife and crap in other people's yards and damage their furniture. In the 60s, we also drove down country roads and threw fast food garbage out the windows and bottles and cans. And women smoked Pall Malls while they drank a highball while they were nursing their kids. So there are all kinds of things that we did back in the day that aren't great. Cats among them. My question to the people who are against this: what would you think if your neighbor's dog came over and did the same things that cats are doing? Would you be upset and would you want the village to help you out some way if you didn't have recourse? I think we all know the answer to that. To be clear, there are 3 minor specific changes we're talking about making in an ordinance that is meant to help people that are having a problem. And are they completely enforceable 24/7, Art? We both know they're not. And you and I both know that most of our laws and codes are not enforceable to some or any degree. And some of the ones that are very enforceable, we're not enforcing. There's a section that says dogs are prohibited in village parks. We're simply adding cats and other animals to that. You can't take your dogs into the parks and your cats can't be over in the park either. It does have a provision that if there's a village event that and the commission, we would have to give specific permission for this, that the commission could authorize people to allow their dogs, cats, and other pets to come. So if the commission said we're having art in the park and you can bring your dogs and your cats and put your lizard up on your shoulder and wrap a snake around your head, that would be up to us to say that would be okay. There is also a section that says in our existing code that said dogs are not allowed to cause injury to other people or property or other animals. And we're simply including cats and other pets in that as well. So dogs can't cause damage and neither can cats. And there's a third section that talks about under-restrained dogs. It says a dog cannot be allowed to be at large on public property or private property without the consent of the owner. We're simply saying, and neither can cats and other animals. We're simply saying that your personal private property is yours and someone else's animal may not come on it unless you give them permission to do it. Not their dog, not their cat, not their snake, not their hermit crab. Keep them out of my property unless I invite them in. And if I invite your snake to slither through my trees, knock yourself out. But if I don't want your snake in my yard, I don't want it in my yard. And if your cat comes in and causes damage, I don't want your cat on my property either. The same way I don't want your dog, or quite frankly, your kids. Can I add kids to this? Is it too late, Brad? Kidding. I'm not anti-kids either. Never had one, but I love them. Other people's. So that's really all this is, guys. There are some pretty common sense things in our code that exist that say dogs cannot do this or be allowed to do this. And we're simply saying the same goes for all pets. And we're spelling out cats. We're saying dogs, cats, and other pets. So Brad, I have a question for you, if I may. 3-22 is the section about parks. 3-22A says, no party dog, and we're proposing dog, cat, other animal.
No party owning.
Yes, no party owning or having charge, care, custody, or control of any dog, cat, or other animal shall bring into or upon any public park in the Village of Biscayne Park. So it's passive language. We don't allow them to, and it's not passive verb conjugation. It's just a passive way of phrasing it. It says that will not bring them on. Can we change that to bring into or allow upon? Because if someone said, oh, well, I didn't bring it into the park, it's out running around and it's in the park, it's in the medium. I didn't bring it in because it specifically says no party shall bring into or upon the public park. They have to take the action of bringing it in, as opposed to allowing it to happen or the animal being out of their control and it got there on its own. I'll let you think about that while I bring up my second thing.
Just let me look at the original.
Okay.
I think that underline maybe. So the original ordinance says no party owning or having charge, care, custody, or control of any dog into or upon any park. So the way the ordinance was actually written, it's existing in your code, says no party owning or having charge, care, custody, or control of any dog into or upon any park in the Village of Biscayne Park. There was a word, it appears there was some language missing from that section.
Is it feasible that,
Put that in.
well, is it feasible that shall bring?
Well, I think shall bring shouldn't be underlined there is what happened.
No, I think it was added. That's.
It was added. Okay, so
Because the way the code, if you read the way the code exists, right,
didn't say shall bring.
something's missing.
Okay, so Valerie fixed that for us in the same time. Okay.
Oh, I drafted this actually.
Oh, you did. Thank you, Brett. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought this came from Valerie.
Right.
So, yeah, so what I'm suggesting there is shall bring into or allow upon, because there has to be recourse for someone to say, I didn't bring it on, because someone could challenge us on that. I didn't bring the dog to the rec center field.
I don't disagree with you,
Okay.
but if that were the case, if you have that factual scenario,
Mhm.
3.26 is going to apply.
Oh, yeah, show me where.
So it shall be unlawful for any responsible party to allow, whether willfully or through failure to exercise
There you go.
care or control a dog, cat, or other animal to be unrestrained or be at large in any manner on upon any public property.
So that would cover it. Very good. Then I'll strike that comment. Now, there is language in here, Brad, excuse me. There's language, 3-22B as in boy, that says, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. That says the commission can allow dogs to be brought to public events. So separate from this conversation about cats. Brad, what are the liabilities to the village if we were to allow dogs to be brought to a public event? And someone brought a dog and something happened. A child got attacked, a dog fight started between two dogs. So we permitted right now our code says you can't bring them. Except if we grant permission. If we did grant permission, what is our liability for something that goes sideways?
So there's always potential, it's hard to answer that question. And the reason why I'll say that is the coin that I use frequently, anybody can sue anybody.
Yeah.
And this is Florida, and it happens on a daily basis.
Yeah.
The liability would be upon the owner of the animal who caused the harm. I'm not suggesting to you that somebody wouldn't try to sue the village, say, well, the village allowed it, so it happened. But the village would have, if the village were to be brought into a lawsuit, it's always a possibility.
Right.
The village would have a claim against the property owner, the animal owner. causing the harm.
Even though we've allowed them to bring the animals to
Still
the
have,
event.
they still have liability.
They still, okay. I'm just asking that as an aside because I saw that in there. I thought, oh geez, I wonder what liability that opens us up to. Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
You as a commission always can be selective as to what type of events to allow animals at and you don't want.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting anything about what I'm about to say, but I'm just thinking out loud here. If the arts board were to come to us and say, can we allow dogs to come to some event? And we were having the conversation, are we allowed to limit it in some way? Like you can bring a dog that weighs 35 pounds or less, or a dog has to be muzzled? I mean, could we put other restrictions that we thought were a good idea at the time? Okay, fair enough. Conversation for another day. I'm not suggesting, I want to know what kind of measures extra steps we could take. Okay, that's it.
To get event insurance whenever there's an event.
That's a good question. And do we require people to have their dogs? That's the thing, like, okay, the dog bit someone and it has rabies. It doesn't have rabies shots. The dog has to be quarantined. It's just like opens up all kinds of things. Not a conversation for right now. I'm just kind of, since it was in there, I thought I'd bring it up, but we could certainly keep it in here and then deny if we wanted to. Okay,
It's the commission's prerogative.
that's our prerogative. Okay.
There'd be a causation issue there, but that's
Might be.
Yeah.
But
What was that legal term?
causation.
What's that?
I agree.
Intervening cause, meaning that the village didn't harm the cause, that the dog was the intervening cause. It cuts off our liability.
Agreed. But the question is, can you be sued? Sure.
Of course you can.
You can always be made a party.
Catch a jury on a bad day.
Okay, so those are my thoughts on all of this, guys. So just to boil it down, it really is three very simple common sense things about where we say dogs can't be out and about. And neither can other pets either. And we specifically know that we have issues. Look, we know it's a fact. It's a fact that billions of birds are killed every year by cats. It's a fact that here in Biscayne Park, people's property are being damaged, the roofs of their cars, their car covers, their patio furniture. Actual physical property is being damaged. And that's before we even get to the crap and the urine all over the place. And look, for those of you who don't know that we have a village that stinks like cat piss in many places, you need to go take a walk. You need to take a walk because there are blocks you don't want to walk down a second time. There you go. So that's my point. And I'm sure people want to have some rebuttal to some of the things I just said. Go for it. But I think we need to try to wrap this up and get it to a vote, and hopefully we'll pass this thing because is it perfect? No, but it's the right thing to do when we have a problem.
Well, at the risk of cutting off further discussion, I don't want to do that, but I would like to propose something to try and move it to a conclusory posture. It sounds like, and certainly I'm not speaking for you, but you can correct me if I'm wrong, that there's not a whole lot of support as it's written from Commissioner Amsler and possibly from Commissioner Oliveira. So my question for you would be, first, as it's currently written, is it a hard no? And second, if it is there any type of amendments or changes that would put it into a better position for you?
So are you asking us to vote on the item as it is?
Well, I'm asking if you disagree with it, if you would propose a change.
I disagree with it 100%.
Okay.
And I would just, if I may.
Yeah, of course, certainly.
Thanks. I disagree, with Commissioner Kennedy, in many ways, as already stated, but I do feel we need data and statistics in order to provide solid foundation for things that happen, and they're going to become law and they're going to affect people. I do understand damages are being caused and I see them. And like I said, it's horrible, but that is why civil matters happen. And I know, Sean, it's horrible to knock on your neighbor's door to bring an issue like this. But I believe it was your wife in one of the meetings that suggested if it didn't move forward, that was the next thing she was going to do. Because the property damage is not something to take lightly. The car and your patio furniture, I totally understand. But I don't see how this becomes a village-wide issue that we're going to apparently seem to solve stray cats by making this simple as is recommended, but not simple to apply and to enforce, as we've talked about, and has other sort of connotations and consequences for people that already have a different license. So I'm not going to go on and bore you with the same stories because I think I've said it enough. We've had a number, and when I said a number, it's within the palm of my hand of people coming forward with the issue. Couple of them from the same addresses, and I just wanted to double check if that makes some sense. Again, that's how I work, and I understand not everybody feels that way. That's why it's 5 of us, because we bring beauty into 7 diverse ways of seeing things. I work more on that, so I did do due diligence and measure a little bit of who's coming up. And some of them from the same residents, and I understand even Mr. O'Neill, his wife was mentioned, there's 2 colonies in the streets. They're easy identifiable. And then she gave us some of a background in terms of how the cats used to belong to a lady and the lady moved and the cats were left to. So all this kind of created sort of this issue that hasn't been seen as, bad as in the last couple of years. This issue existed even before. So I would want to know if maybe there is some other opportunities for fixing in terms of that has been explored. If I was affected by the issue, I'm sure I would have tried to contact Miami-Dade County and say, can you pay for this? Which the answer will be yes, and it's in their website that you can do that. And we don't need additional budget for it. It's already provided by the county. And then you can take these cats, they do litter, and they release them on your same field. Jenny, you brought up the point. A cat litter makes 4 babies. It's 4 litters a year, more or less. You said it in one of the comments. It is an issue. I mean, if you do vaccinate, neuter and release, then it becomes a consistent issue. So I wonder if at that time, 2 years ago, something happened that got stopped. And then, it is an issue. People feeding cats outside, it keeps reproducing if they're not properly neutered. So again, I don't see a solution whatsoever that will be provided to anybody that came forward if we were to approve this to become law. It won't. It does not provide you a defense in terms of property damage, as it was stated. It will not. There's still stray cats and we don't know who they belong. There will still be cats in the park. We wouldn't even know who they belong to. And then we want to go ahead and just divide the ones that have cats versus the ones that are straight now. The whole issue brought up by Mr. O'Neill back in December with pictures, emails, etc., was regarding the stray cats. And so now we're diving into not needing data. Now, okay, well, that's my way of operating. I just wanted to put that as well, as you did, and that's what you'll hear me talk about. And so I think, again, this is my last point, just having consideration, this will have no effect whatsoever on property damage that we've seen, none.
If I may wrap this up, Jonathan, I need to say a couple of things while they're fresh in my mind. Having the county come and pick up cats and neuter them and spay them and return them to your property, because if you take them there, you have to physically take them there. They bring them back to your yard. So I did this. I caught a cat. I took it there. They brought it back and put it in my yard. It's not my cat, but it came back fixed and still crapping and pissing and killing and damaging. So that's not solving anything either. Be clear on that. As with many of our codes, our code officers will not drive around and enforce this. They will enforce by complaint. So when someone has an issue and they can,
I have complaints.
I'm talking. I'm sorry. I'm talking.
Saying it.
Okay. Okay. People are coming in here and telling us they have a problem and and there's nothing in the code for them to complain about, Veronica. They can't point to the code and say, my neighbor's violating this code. So you're proving my point. We're providing them that opportunity. Sean can't call code and say, my neighbor's cat damaged my expensive sports car in my driveway. Do something about it. They'll say, nothing we can do. And that's what Mario, our former village manager, told him when I stood in his living room and we had this conversation with him. There is nothing in our code that we can use to enforce this. If the commission put it in the code, and that's where this all started.
Yeah.
But this is not about Sean. There are other neighbors as well. People who are showing me videos of animals leaving someone's house, clearly their pet, and then that same animal peeing on her front porch furniture and scratching it up. But there's nothing she can do about it because it's not in the code.
So the stray.
So it's the neighbor's cat. There's a video of her leaving the house and the neighbor calling her kitty, 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 and the cat goes running in her front door. It's her cat. Okay. It's her cat. So cats coming and going from your home. It's your cat.
You don't know.
Okay. Yep. So, and she was here and she spoke in a meeting. You know, so when the point is that when there is a problem, we're giving people an opportunity to correct it when we can for them. Is it going to fix everything? No. And is code going to drive around and be the cat police? No. But when there is an issue and someone says, I have this problem and I can prove it, or you can stand here and see it for yourself, then code can do something about it. It's really that simple. It's really that simple. We're helping the people who have a problem. We're not hurting the people who don't have a problem. We're not.
I may. So I think from what I've heard, guys, the biggest stumbling block here is section 326, where we're talking about the exercise, due care, or control of a dog, and now we've added cat or other animal, right? To allow them to be loose or and I think that the majority of the residents that have cats and are practicing this inside-outside thing, which I don't know how many there are. I have no.
I don't know if the majority are or not. I don't think
Oh,
any of us
no,
know.
I don't know either. I don't know if, you know, whatever. I don't know how many there are that are practicing inside and outside thing. I think that's the biggest stumbling block that I'm hearing from what I've heard this evening. So my question to you, and again, we go back to this, something that you just finished saying, is by stopping individual residents and allowing them, listen, one of the main reasons that I'm for this is because I feel cats do a lot of environmental damage to our native wildlife. That's for me, that really is the biggest. Now, if we stop cats, individual residents that own cats that are allowing cats to go outside and inside and outside, are we going to solve the problem? And you just said it. We're not, right? We're still going to have outdoor cats. We're still going to have stray cats. We're still going to have environmental damage, right? So are we penalizing residents, right, that are currently living this lifestyle? And again, I don't know how many that is. Could be 20, could be 500. I have no idea. And we're not solving a problem.
No, we're not.
Look, I'll be the first person to admit it, but I'm going to go back to the same thing I say every time. Then why don't we remove all the stop signs and speed limit signs as well? And why don't we abolish most of our code, Art, and half of our laws? Because we're not or aren't able to enforce them either. That section that you're referring to comes down to this. Your neighbor's cat can't come into your yard. It's your yard, Art. It's Gage's yard that he's walking through and getting cat pee on his feet before he gets in his new car. It's your property. Why should someone else's animal be allowed to negatively impact your life on your property? Why should someone playing with their child in their backyard have to pick up cat crap and smell cat pee and pick up toys that have it on it and rinse off furniture
Your
for the
son doesn't
seventh
have to
time?
do it is the
Okay,
point.
but when that can be shown to belong to an animal of a specific person and something can be done, then that, Veronica, that's up to our code department to figure out. Yes, it is.
Ownership of a cat that is walking at 3 blocks away from your house. How do you prove that?
Okay. Well, for starters, some people freely admit the cats they own. So there's that. So a lot of people said, that's my cat.
Blocks away from you and you're gonna be like, that's my cat 3 blocks away.
Look, neighbors know who the cats belong to and they can say belongs to that person. There are a lot of people who will freely admit that's my cat. There are people who will tell you that's my cat. A lady down the street from me says, those are my 18 cats.
This is probably gonna have more people say it's not my cat.
Okay, well, look. And then there are ways when code sees cats coming and going from building, that's our code officer's deal to figure out. And I'll go back to, we have lots of code that are almost impossible to enforce. You can shake your head, no, but it's true, we do.
True. No, I know this because we had our office, our code supervisor come, I think it was in July, and she says she has to handpick which codes she has to enforce.
So
Because we have
a-
so many that we need to put forward. There are who we are, and I stand by it. I wouldn't change any of it. Some of them were tweaking as we find out, and some of them were realizing need to be, this is the reason we're here. But she's saying, I have to handpick. So I think there will be a process and a moment when this sort of issues kind of fall in our lap, and maybe we have an incidence in change and actually moving the needle. We have none now. And it's said by her. And again, my thing is going from 0 to 100. So it was just dogs, cats were not, let's just put, so it's a simple change that has a lot of consequences all of a sudden.
Based
If
mainly
we
on-
were to discuss, okay, has a trap, neuter and release program happened? I don't know if Mr. O'Neill did it. If they were in charge of, I know a lot of neighbors, just like Judy explained, that done it themselves out of their own pocket.
But explain to me what that would solve. Let's say Sean,
Because instead of having, what you do is that you minimize the growth of
I
the
understand
colonists.
was spaying and neutering,
And so
but
that's the thing.
what?
Years and years and years.
It does.
And by the
it's a
way,
county
it's been
issue.
going on for years and years and years. And do you see any measurable, do some Googling and you'll
Yes,
find lots of
It
research
is,
that will
it
tell
is on
you.
the website, and I invite you to go.
I would,
Miami-Dade County, and I'll send you the link where it says the most successful program, they say this initially, they recognize a county level.
Mhm.
The most successful program they have is a trap, neuter and release
what
program.
other programs do they have?
They have another program where they feed on specific areas. So they go to open areas, and that's another thing that you could.
So it's the most successful program of the programs that they have, but maybe it's not the most successful thing they could do. Look,
Oh,
let's not
of
argue
course.
Miami.
But we're
County's-
bringing a law
Let's not
here.
argue their policies, but the point is that when code gets a complaint and they can prove it, it's their responsibility to figure this out. And when they can say that person is responsible, their animal, then they enforce it. If
And
they
then we're
can't,
gonna
they
say code is not doing their job. We have issues about code. We have so many issues
can't. We can
about code
say
not
that
doing
about
the.
every single code there is. They're not enforcing the mown grass because they're so busy enforcing the short-term rentals. They're not enforcing the short-term rentals because they're so busy working on the driveways. They're not, to Art's point, they're not working on the driveways because
That this wouldn't be a handpick sort of a situation. There is just no way you will know if a cat is straight or belongs to someone.
Monica,
period.
you can't say that and neither can I.
No, yes, I can.
Until that specific
Cats
situation.
have, literally, if.
Until
they
there's a
roam-
situation in front, of you, you can't say that we can or
We,
cannot.
all right, I understand. We're going back and forth on a lot of the same issues, so I'd like to just try and move things forward in a progressive way. Very quickly, Vice Mayor Gonzalez, you outlined some language. Were you proposing a change or were you just highlighting an issue? I just wanted to make sure we didn't leave you.
I was just, you know. that's it.
Okay, just wanted to make sure there wasn't a proposed change in there. Very quickly, I'd like to come back, Commissioner Oliveira. I'd like to ask you quickly the same question that I asked Commissioner Amsler. I know that there's been some questions, because I'm trying to get an understanding how everyone feels about this. Is there any change that you would recommend to this, or is this not something that you willing to really support? I don't mean to put you on the spot. I'm just asking if there's a proposed change that you had in mind. That's all.
It's okay. I just wonder, again, like I said before, you know, if any of this language can be geared towards stray or menace cats or animals. Because I just don't see anything in here that addresses the property damage issue. And I agree that Mr. O'Neill and every single one of us has a right to enjoyment of our property. And I very well recall the issues with the backyard. You know, my neighbor's cat uses my carport as a litter. You know what? I have not ever said a word to my neighbor about it. You know, I don't love it, but I don't see it as some hot button issue. It is an issue for them and their family. They're not even able to enjoy the backyard. So I think we can all understand that, and we'd like to see a way to solve that. I'm not, and maybe someone can help me understand what in this solves that. Because I still only see the civil route for him.
Yeah, the thing that I think it's boiled down to me, and I just want to be clear, I certainly don't want to prohibit any further discussion on the item, but I'd like us to try and move forward if we can. So I want to make it very clear that I'm going to ask everyone for a vote. But one of the things that I've noticed, and I don't know if this helps anyone sitting here, is that a required element that keeps coming over my mind is with this and with other code, most other code, is that there's an element here of someone needing to complain. And again, Commissioner Amsler, I'm certainly not trying to take one side or the other here, but I say if your neighbors, like you mentioned earlier, if your cat's walking across your neighbor's yard and your neighbors are fine with it, then there's certainly nothing to worry about. My dogs will have gotten out, they get on my neighbors' yards and they will, for lack of a better phrase, defecate in my neighbors' yards. I clean it up, I apologize, and
Maybe because I don't have Mac as a neighbor.
sure, certainly, I look.
Saying, so you're living it,
It-
you know what I'm saying? I was
Yeah, of
maybe
course.
lucky not
Like,
to
was
have
that
neighbors.
necessary to say, really?
Just giving an example.
Was that really necessary to say? We're having a nice conversation about this and we can
I'm not
be on
upset.
opposite sides. So it just didn't
Still-
sound very pleasant.
So I think I'd just like to move on at this point. I don't want to make any further points. I think it's been discussed enough. So at this point, I'd like to call, we're in ordinances here, so what I would like to do is I'd like to ask the clerk to call, do we have a motion?
You did.
There has been a motion? Okay, all right. So then at this point, I think what I'd like to do is I'd just like to move the clerk to ask for a roll on this.
Okay.
Sorry? Well, we've had public comment on this issue already.
Mayor Gross,
Yes. As written, I'm sorry, whether was there, I'm sorry, no, I apologize. Was there a change? Correct. So it's as written for first. So it is as written in our. It is as written, first reading. Okay.
Mayor Gross, Vice Mayor Gonzalez, Commissioner Amsler,
No,
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Olivera.
Yes.
The item passed on first reading 4-1.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we move on to item 11A, our resolution with respect to our traffic data, Mr. Manager, would you remind me, do we have that group here with us this evening?
They are not here this evening, no.
Okay. I don't know how long the traffic item is going to take. It doesn't look like we're likely to get the owner of the log cabin for item 13C. But at the risk of making Gage wait around much longer, I'd like to propose moving that up if we have support for that. So what I'm proposing is that we take item 13C now, which is ahead of resolutions 11A. Just need a majority for that, Brett. Okay,
I'm fine with that.
Everybody's nodding heads. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and let's get into 13C. So Gage, I know that you had proposed this, so if you would like to give us a brief introduction of the item, certainly willing to listen.
All right. Thank you. Gage Hartung again, 1029 Northeast 114th Street. Thank you, Mayor, and for moving this up, and thank you for manager for putting this on the agenda. I believe everybody has was emailed the memo that I sent out on August 22nd to the commission. So we have 3 log cabins here in the village. One of them we're standing in, and there's 2 more that were built as residences that are on 121st Street. They were all built in the mid-30s. This was a WPA building. I don't know the exact history of the house, the ones on 121st Street, but I would imagine they have a similar history and background. The log cabins are a symbol of a Biscayne Park. You know, it's on our logo. It's kind of our unifying feature of our village. So it's you know, it's come to symbolize us. We have the current owner of the one at 640 Northeast 121st Street. They purchased it a number of years ago from I believe the long-term owner, which was in the article and such. They have plans to want to develop the property. They have every right to do it. I mean, it's their property, it's private property. There's no historic designation on the structure. But there is you know, the structure itself is getting close to be 90 something years old. And it's, you know, it's one of those things that, you know, we look at and we go, that would be a real shame if we lost it. You know, we don't have a lot of history in Miami-Dade, and what we do have history, it needs to be protected. So about a year ago, they came in, they were talking, they were saying that this was their intent to the planning board. I'm sorry. I'm referring to the planning board. You know, at that time, it kind of caught our attention. I believe there was some small discussion amongst maybe, I don't know if it actually made it to the commission. I think it might have made it to another board. And there was discussion with the manager and at the time. And I think at the time it was just like, oh, we can't do it. You know, we can't do it. And it kind of just went away. So back in August, beginning of August, the residents submitted the first review of their proposed new home on the property. During that time, I believe Commissioner Kennedy and other people have been in contact and have spoken to the owner. And at the time when he came in August, you know, it was kind of a follow-up conversation with him of, hey, it would be really a shame to lose this structure. What would you consider actually donating it to the village, which he actually is willing to do. He was here 2 weeks ago when we had our meeting we didn't have the meeting that got canceled, but he actually came to the meeting to discuss the fact that he was willing to donate it to the village. I don't know if there's any attachments or what. I think that just mainly if you will pick it up and move it off the property, I will donate it to you. So I thought, okay, this is a great opportunity to write a memo to the commission, because it's really going to have to come up to the village commission to make a decision on what we want to do with this gift to us, basically. You know, did a little outreaching, did a little talking to, and Mac was involved also. He coordinated, you know, some of it. We spoke to the person, Brett Gillis at the Villages. He was actually on the call the Monday meeting that didn't happen. He was actually part of the villagers. They made a donation for the restoration of this structure. I actually did speak to Christina Rupp of the Dade Heritage Trust. There's a whole list of people that are historical minded organizations here in Miami-Dade County. That they told us you need to get all these people going, raise money, get support. But before really getting into going down and starting like raising the flags, I want to make sure that our village, the commission is actually interested in doing this, you know, because it really is going to be the commission that makes the final decision on this. You know, it would be a process of picking up the log cabin. moving it to another lot. We have a lot right there next to Milt's old house. That would be, you know, the cabin could become an automatic Village Hall annex, which I understand the Village Hall is too small for the staff that's in there. So we would have a pre-made already building that we could pre-purpose to use for village purposes. We could put it in Edberg Park, make it into a children's center, a library. It could go kind of where maybe the volleyball courts are at right now. You know, there's space, you know. There's other lots in the village that could be discussed, but you know, that's something that we would need to work out. You know, the main thing is today is to discuss it. I think we have an opportunity, like, we just had a really lively discussion of cats. You know, this is something that I think all of us village residents could come together and we could unify us. It could be a project that we all could like raise money for, and we could have fundraisers. It could give the different boards, the Biscayne Park Foundation, they could raise funds for it. The arts part, the board that was just here, they could raise funds for it. It's an opportunity to bring us together and you know, add to our log cabin image, you know. The owner has already come in and he's already gone through second review since the August meeting. He's come in. They're actually proposing it's a contemporary home. It's a very interesting architectural. It actually is the first building that we've now considered under our new building code, and he's been very willing to work with us. And it's got some interesting details of, you know, non-super linear walls and things like that. So it's actually was kind of interesting that it's the first one that we've actually we've talked about. There are grants out there. There are grants with the state of Florida. The US government has got grants for historic preservation. You know, there's a lot of possibility here. I don't, my personal opinion, and I wish Mr. Bodega was here to speak on his behalf, but you know, they've got a number of other projects in there. So this is something that's going to have to make our decision probably within the next 6 months, you know, or so, because they're going to want to move forward on their project. So I understand that there's some budgetary stuff that's already been maybe discussed about putting some money into the budget or making the money appropriate. And I'll let Commissioner Kennedy speak to about it when we go into comments. But I think the reason I brought the memo up is I wanted to rally the village. I think it's a great opportunity for us. I want us to live in the possibility. Yes, it's going to need money to do it. Yes, it's going to need renovations. It's going to need preservation. It's going to need upkeep. But this is a great opportunity for us to take some of the monies that we even maybe have left over from last year or whatever, and to actually repurpose it for something excuse me, for something that's going to benefit us all and provide us a lot of pride. So I would like to propose that maybe we look at doing an ad hoc committee. Maybe when we did the code review board back in 2008, I think it was. I think that's when we started. You know, everybody that was on a board had the opportunity to serve on it, or you know, or it could become a residence, want to volunteer for the board, you know, because we did post this on Nextdoor, Mr. Kennedy did. And it had a almost overwhelmingly positive, let's save it, let's save it, let's save it. So there would probably be a lot of residents out there that have a lot more knowledge than I do that would want to be on it. I would put myself forward or volunteer myself to be on the board and, you know, help with what I can. I'm making myself available because I obviously feel kind of passionate about this. I want to see our village historical structures, because it does pain me when we have to vote as the planning board to take down buildings that are historic in our village, but they have no protections. And we have an opportunity here to actually get something that is an opportunity for us to protect something and keep it. So I think that's my little presentation, and I hope I'll take some questions. There was some banter that it could be a $50,000 to $100,000 worth of upfront costs as far as the moving company. Mr. Bodonia was going to get a quote actually, and actually I got a name of another company that was recommended by Miami Dade Historic Trust that does historic moves. So, but again, I didn't want to make the next step until like I actually say, hey, let's give it a shot and let's maybe report back in a month and see where we're at. So I'll take some questions and let's have a discussion on it. Great, thank you.
So, Gage, thank you for bringing this to our attention. This is very interesting and I really like the idea from the outset. Of course, my questions are aligned with many others and they're the big items, cost, time. Sounds like timing is kind of the essence. It sounds like we got about 6 months, you said. Make a determination.
I would leave it up to him. I would imagine he probably wants to know sooner than later.
Sure.
If we want to, look at this.
So I think, and I'll of course let the commission weigh in, but it sounds to me, and I've had some discussions with the manager about this, and you kind of took the words out of my mouth, is forming a committee to kind of put together a more concrete proposal on things like costs, timing, location on where to move, and the things that we would really need to look at in detail to really consider it. I mean, I'm certainly in favor of doing that. I don't know procedurally how we would set that up, if we designate a chair and let the chair kind of run with that. I don't know if Chris, you've looked into that procedure, how that would work, or if that's something that you would do in your managerial capacity.
I'll actually ask our village attorney.
Okay, so I just so happen to have that section of your chart.
Fantastic.
3.06, so the commission has to establish the committee. However you.
The committee and the members, or can we designate a chair, or we can form the committee and then allow the manager or a chair to select?
According to your charter, the commission shall appoint the members of the board of the committee. And shall regulate.
Okay,
And
so
I think the board would pick its chair. I think that's probably.
okay, so then it sounds like procedurally what we could do again, and I will of course let everyone comment before we do anything, but it sounds like what we would do is approve the creation of the committee and then take applications, so to speak, or folks that would want to do it and then decide on it probably next meeting.
So we'd have, because you have to create it through an order.
Okay.
So that requires 2 readings. So we'd have to, we have a meeting a week from tomorrow night. Could we have an ordinance on next week's agenda, or is it too late to notice an ordinance for next week? Oh, only for the second reading. Okay. So, so we could have it on next week's agenda as an ordinance to create the board, the committee.
Yes.
Sorry to dump that on you real fast there, Brett. Hopefully it's a copy paste from somewhere else. So, my question as a follow-up to Jonathan's is, does the ordinance create the board of the committee, I guess we call it, or does it create the members? Does it designate the members as well? Or are we just having to create this real quick to get that part of it done?
The way I read this and
So,
the way it's drafted, boards, agencies, and committees.
Okay.
are all the same. They're all
Okay.
considered boards for the
Okay.
purposes of the process we're talking.
Mhm.
So the way I'm reading is the commission shall appoint the boards and shall regulate the boards through the enactment of an ordinance. So it would appear to me that the board itself would have to be created by ordinance.
But we don't have to have members lined up that same night,
Done by-
separate. Great. Okay. That makes it a little bit easier. So,
To be done at a public,
This is even for a
Right.
temporary board. This is not a permanent board.
it doesn't distinguish.
Okay.
and I know in the past, we have appointed people to boards and committees by them applying, but there have also been opportunities that the commission appointed people. So I'm trying to think of what it was exactly, but where you have people, where each commissioner appoints one person. In other words, there are 5, we said there are 5 people on a committee and every commissioner appointed one person to it. What was that for? I can't remember now. But there are different ways we can do that once we get down to that point. You can have people apply and we can vote on them, or we could say, okay, 5 members, everybody appoint one person. And that is the board.
I just have a question. This would be for Mr. Attorney. Doesn't it have to be designated as an ad hoc committee? Because our ordinance does not allow anyone to serve on more than one board. And naturally, in this case, you're going to have certain board members on other existing boards that are going to likely be a perfect fit. And for them to be able to serve, doesn't it have to have that designation as ad hoc?
I think that's why we called them committees in the past and not boards. I think I know I've
It
appointed
has to
people
be-
to committees,
it
and I
has
was
to-
appointed to committees when I was on a board.
Because it has to be just for that item. That's their sole charge.
Well, it will be. The ordinance will lay out what the sole charge is. We're throwing around board committee. Because
But the only reason I'm asking is because our actual ordinance says you can't serve on more than one board.
Yeah, that's separate. And
get that. So it would be a committee. I'd have to look into it a little further as to whether it has to be specifically called an ad hoc. The enacting ordinance in this case would make it a temporary committee for a specific purpose. And what the charter does is allows the board at its pleasure to terminate that board/committee based on
purposes.
once it serves.
It would be
So
sunsetted.
what we could do, yes, is what we could do is the enacting ordinance. Clearly state what the purpose of the committee is. And I use the word committee instead of board. There's some synonymous in your code, or at least for the creation. So we set the specific purpose of the committee and that it sunsets once the goal of the committee is completed.
Okay, so before we get too far into the process of setting the committee, I want to go back and ask if there's any other comment or anything or any discussion items that you'd like.
This will be a committee created just for the purpose of replacing the cabin log.
That's what I was gonna ask. What is the stated purpose? So I know.
Now, open for discussion, of course, but I think that the stated purpose of the committee is to research and propose to the commission the cost and the plan for acquiring and moving and relocating the item, and that's going to include everything from cost to acquire and move to where it's going to go and kind of everything that we need to fully consider whether that we would approve it.
And just vetted by the community that that's something that we all want to move forward.
Sure, yes.
I think, again, I'm just wondering at what opportunity, so we create first a committee and there might be people who say, why do we even do this? I'm not in agreement with this,
Well, I think the idea being that if we form the committee and allow them to bring the proposal to us, once there are numbers assigned to it, if this wouldn't happen, but if they were to come and say it's gonna cost us $100, there'd probably be a lot of support for it. They're gonna come back and they're gonna say it's gonna cost us 10 million.
So
There
we,
may not be a lot of support for it.
got it. So that was my question. So we move forward with the committee to get all the answers that we need in order to present it as an
Right.
opportunity to the community for them to come, have an opportunity to have a voice on this.
And then just at this point, because it has to be through ordinance, we have to kind of move quickly.
Yeah.
Just to get it set up.
Yep.
So that they can at least present it to us again, as
I
quickly
get it.
as we can.
Thank you. Yes, I
Over-
agree.
Streamline it, and I hate to throw something on the manager's plate. I mean, this is something you could direct the manager come up with find the information without doing.
Did the manager appoint a board
He can't appoint a.
or a
board.
committee? I'm sorry. a committee.
Himself, he would do it.
He cannot, he doesn't have the authority to appoint a board.
But he can assist them if they came to him and they could request him to attend a meeting where they could ask him advice, help, whatever. They can,
Ask Assistance
Yeah.
from residents. Part of the information that you see.
More so he could do it individually and privately rather than say, I gotta go to a committee. This might present an opportunity to get moving on this faster.
Well, that's my suggestion. Then you don't have formal minutes, you don't have.
Well, then also, we don't have to worry about the property owner saying that you're taking 3 months just to get a committee formed to even get a proposal together. And still, to address your concerns, Commissioner, still, it has to come back to us as a proposal through the manager. We aren't moving forward and approving any costs or anything until we get a concrete idea, but the benefit of doing it with the manager is that, and sorry, but the benefit of doing it through the manager is that it can come to us much faster and it would appease, I think, all parties, including the property owner.
I already rolled the bus over him, so I
All
say
right, well, I'm joining and I,
to apologize.
So to be perfectly honest, I'm just going to kick it over to Gage to say help.
But
okay, I'm not,
if you were to accept a donation of the cabin, that would have to come before the commission.
Right.
It would have to be done by resolution. So, I mean, it's still gonna be,
There's a lot of work to do.
Sure.
gonna be commission approval. I'm just trying to see if there's a
So-
process to streamline it, so you don't have the two readings.
Core terms, kind of core terms of what we would actually be considering as far as, my biggest concern is, of course, cost. Cost is gonna be number one, is to get an idea of cost from different providers as to what we would be looking.
Can I just make a comment real quick? So, maybe using the manager to run it is a great idea, because like I said, the owner actually has already contacted a moving company to move, to get a quote to move it himself, to move, to like in a way of assisting us. So if it's just a matter of tasking, let's first find out like a ballpark cost of this thing before you decide to vote on it as a commission. Maybe that is the direct, instead of jumping directly to committee. But in the meantime, I mean, well, I guess we
I
should.
mean, if Carlos, okay, so if I may, okay, so add a little bit of further background on this. When I first met with Carlos is the owner, and I met with him and Mario, Gage, was that 2 years ago? More? When he first acquired, when did they buy the property? 2 years
Probably
ago?
been within the last 2 years.
Yeah. So at first he wanted to try to sell it to the village, and we kind of put it back on his plate and said, well, come back to us with a proposal of what it is, and we never heard from him again. His plans changed for the property. He's living in the property now. But so now he's officially going to decide he will donate this to the village. I should also say, for those of you who don't know him, he is very much he loves Biscayne Park. He lives here temporarily now, and he very much is a supporter of preserving historic architecture, and he's not a developer who's here just to bulldoze the village. He takes great care to try to get things in our village. He's built several properties here. He takes great care in providing us some nice work. So here's my concern. I'll ask Chris to address this. I have a concern dumping this on Chris. This is a huge task, even the initial stage. Now, Carlos may be able to provide you, Chris, with a quick number, but I don't know that you would go by one number from some guy who you don't know, from some company that you don't know. It just kind of seems, but if as a preliminary thing, I'm just concerned for Chris. He's a brand new manager. Tomorrow night, we're passing our first budget. He's starting his first full fiscal year with all of those other projects on his plate. I'm concerned how he's going to get this done, fit it in with his other work, and this is time sensitive. So I wonder which would be faster. And I don't want Chris not working on other things. Look, a fiscal year goes by like that, guys, like that. It's gone and projects aren't done. And we need Chris to keep his eye on the ball for us in terms of all the things we've already budgeted for. So Chris, is this something you can take on? Do you think you do it any faster than if we formed a committee by the November meeting and they got to work on it for you, with you, alongside you?
Before I speak to that,
There's another glitch or wrench, however you want to look at it, that I'm thinking about this. So if the city, if the village is going to be moving the structure from one place to another, you're gonna have to put that out to bid. So that's something, you're gonna have to follow your procurement code
Yep.
and hiring a company to do that.
And we might get a better price
Well, there's
if we're up for bids.
probably more than one though.
Yeah.
So
Always 3, yeah.
that's
But-
something that you're gonna have to follow your procurement code and acquiring the services to move it. If you're going to, any type of maintenance, construction, the building of the pad.
Right, let me ask you this. Is there anything preventing Chris from putting out to bid it's probably not that simple, but putting out to bid the moving of the building? Could he put that out to bid tomorrow as fast as he could get it out while a committee worked on other things? Because they would be coming back to us talking about things like, here are places we suggested could go, and it would be used for this, because I'm going to want to hear what's the building being used for. So there's going to be location, costs, usage, all of that. So are you allowed to put something out to bid that's not a real viable project yet?
technically, yes, I can put anything out to bid. Realistically, no. In order for us to go through the bid process on this and get an exact cost, we need to know where this is going to end up.
You would need, so when you put something.
Need more details.
This out to bid,
Yeah.
you would need specific details of what the specific structure, where you're moving it, what the plan.
Because it involves roads and trees and poles and lines, and that's different for each location.
True, and the the proposed bidders are not gonna know what to bid unless they know specifically what it is, what services they're providing, what the issues are, and what's required. I mean, this is a major project.
But for temporary, for bidding purposes, we could say either there or Edward Park, just for bidding purpose. Potential site location, exactly,
These are,
I think if I may, there are so few vendors out there that do this type of moving. I'm very hesitant to put out a bid and say, oh, just kidding, we're actually going to do this instead, or we're going to put it in this location instead. I think our best course of action would be to try to get a ballpark estimate. We can reach out. I've reached out to a couple companies already that haven't responded, but just to say, if we were to do this, please ballpark what this might look like for this location.
so and these are details, we're talking details now that I think can be handled again by the manager when we,
Yeah,
if and when we task him with the job. But the concern in saying, okay, you get started on this while we form the committee's not gonna be formed until at least November at the earliest.
Sure.
Because it has to go through second reading. So it sounds to me like it's more prudent to task the manager with it. Sorry, Chris. To, like you mentioned, you can lean on and talk to Gage and other folks that have some experience and ask for help. So to me, it seems reasonable and prudent to ask you to get started with the intention that you're going to bring something back to us with some detail that we can consider.
yeah, absolutely. To Mac's point, no, I don't have the time to do this. However, we have great resources here in the village that I can lean on.
Would there be a problem with, I think it sounds like we're gonna move forward with Chris tackling this. Could we at the same time form this committee anyway? So if we want them to flesh things out, come back with more information, blah, 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 that, I mean, it doesn't hurt anything or cost us much other than an ad to form the committee, and then the committee is ready to go. I mean, is there any harm in forming the committee anyway?
Well, then what is the purpose of the committee? So
It's there when we need it. If Chris reports back, guys, I can't get this all done. It's not happening fast enough. I'm just trying to think of a plan. I'm just trying, since time is of the essence, I'm trying to be prepared for whatever may happen.
my advice would be, I don't mean this in any other way than what I'm saying is you need to make a decision as to whether or not you want a committee to do this or you want the manager to do it. Because you can't just create a committee. They just stand by in the committees.
And that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, stand by in case we need you. I'm just trying to think of every way that we could keep this moving forward.
No.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna share my concern again that Chris, we have so much, my God, you have, oh my God, there's so much. We haven't even started yet, and then this got thrown at us, and I'm so happy it got thrown at us. That he decided to donate it rather than try to sell it to us or someone else. Because he loves Biscayne Park and he loves the cabin and wants it to stay here. So we're very fortunate. I'm not sure we can take advantage of this wonderful opportunity, but if we can, I'd like to see us try to figure it out. There's just so many moving parts. So Chris, I'm so worried about you being distracted from other stuff. There's so many big things on your plate. So that's my concern.
But I'm also putting myself forward too. So I mean, not.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, this is not something that I'm going to be able to do, but being able to lean on the community, I have no concerns.
You think you can do it?
I think they can do it.
But this could be an evolving thing, by even next week, we might even have two numbers, a ballpark estimate is saying, okay, it's gonna be, we have two people saying that it's gonna be $100,000 to move this.
But we haven't even discussed where it's gonna go. That's the other problem. We haven't discussed where it's gonna go and where we don't even know we don't even know where the options are that it could go.
So you have to be careful reaching out to potential bidders and getting estimates for work that they're going to bid on once you put it out for a request.
Oh, right, yeah.
I think the idea is more of a general, like, Mr. Manager mentioned, more of just a general idea of what it could cost, because if it's prohibitively expensive, then this may not work.
I can sit down with the manager and go over how to do it
That would be helpful.
Without us stepping in.
tiptoeing on any ethics codes or violating your own procurement.
Yeah, because we have to have conversations about options, where, give us a list of all the places where it could fit and where we could drop it. And and which of those are feasible and what would the use be at that location? There's so much to do before we even get a bid to move it. Because to your point,
My suggestion would be pick 1 or 2 or 3 sites where you want it to go. And then you can deal with the feasibility when you put it out to bid. Because you can put it out to bid and say, I want it in one of these 3 sites. Give me a proposal for moving this structure, site A, site B, site C. And then you can choose the most feasible site once it goes out to bid. But
Let me,
I have
can I ask you a question? Since it belongs to somebody else, it doesn't actually belong to the village. Could that owner of the current owner actually be the one to solicit a bid? Since he's not actually a government, he's the private owner. He's gonna say, I'm gonna go, it's
as
not
long as
really,
he's not acting on behalf.
he's acting as a private citizen. I want to move my cabin over there.
Considering doing a donation, and part of his donation is to not only donate the structure, but
He's donating the moving now too.
and setting it on a foundation.
Mhm.
He's looking into that consideration, that maybe he would be benevolent enough to do that, then he has every right as a private citizen to do that.
but we still have to put it out to bid when it's time to do it.
When it becomes
Well,
our property.
if he decides that after he takes bids.
Yeah.
He decides that it's not something, it's too much for him to donate.
Mhm.
And then he says, look, I'll donate the structure, but I'm not gonna donate the cost of moving. And you'd have to put it up.
Makes sense.
Move this thing.
No, but we'll have the numbers though.
I understand that. I understand. That. So Chris, let me ask you this. Might it make sense because we do have a meeting a week from tomorrow, that next week for the meeting, you would have a list, at least a list of the places that it could go, so we could have a discussion about that to help you kind of narrow it down a little bit? Would that make sense?
Well, there's only like 2.
Yeah, I think,
places.
I was just thinking there's very limited places. So, yeah.
There's all kinds of places. I can list a bunch of, I have a list here. I'm not going to read through them, but yeah.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
okay. Well,
I think
well,
for the
before
first week, why don't we try
I
Chris?
have an idea of what I want to do, but before I haven't heard anything from Commissioner Oliveira. Is there any topics or items you wanted to bring up on the issue? Discuss, that's good. Okay. Diligence. Commissioner Amsler, was there anything else you wanted?
No, I agree. And
Okay. Vice Mayor?
If, Jonathan, if I may, for me, it's going to be cost and what it's going to be used for. I don't want to spend money to go drop this thing somewhere just because it's cute.
And then just have it sit.
Yeah, exactly. What it's going to be used for.
Vice Mayor? Okay, so then what I would propose, based on the discussion we just had, is to have us vote to task our manager with exploring the idea, bringing back to us some figures as soon as he is able, in his, and to do so in his managerial capacity, to talk about things like costs, where to move it, purpose, all the things that we would need to consider. Right, yes, okay, so I think that's the direction, unless anyone has any opinion otherwise. So I'll ask for an informal consensus vote on that.
You have it.
Yes.
Got it.
Good. Okay,
Thank you, Gage.
great,
Thank you, everyone. All right.
very good, Gage, thank
Got
you so
another
much.
project. You can't get rid of me. So come back.
Mr. Manager, thank you. No, just saying thanks to everyone for discussion on the item, and I'm looking forward.
Not
to,
tomorrow.
What the manager's gonna bring
Let's
back.
do Wednesday, tomorrow's budget.
Well, all right, so we moved up item 11C, so we need to jump back to our resolutions, which is item 11. 11A. So 11A, resolution 2023-34. Mr. Attorney, would you read into the record for us that resolution?
Resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, approving letter agreement with R.E. Chisholm Architects, Inc. for traffic data collection, an amount not to exceed $11,500. Attached here to A, authorizing the mayor to execute said agreement, authorizing the manager to do all things necessary to effectuate the resolution, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. And do I have a motion and a second on the resolution before we move it to discussion?
Motion to approve.
Okay, second.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner. So we'll move the item into discussion. Do we have an introduction on the item, Manager?
If I may, this is for the traffic study to determine quantity of vehicles as well as average speeds in several locations around the village. There was discussion at one of the previous meetings about this regarding wanting to obtain data on the number of vehicles passing through versus the number of vehicles entering and staying. I've had several conversations with Chisholm regarding this. That is entirely possible to do. However, it would significantly increase the costs. And the question that was raised was to what end? There is nothing we can do to discriminate against traffic traveling through versus traffic or residents or visitors here. So we would end up spending double or triple the amount of money for information that we couldn't do anything with. So looking at this from the financial perspective, the best course of action is to approve this as it is, let them collect that information for the traffic counts and for the traffic speeds, and move forward. If, as part of their recommendations, they were to say, you know, the traffic on 6 is insane, or the traffic on 10th is insane, then at that point, we could possibly look at doing something to trace that particular traffic on that one particular location, and it would be less expensive than adding all of this to the entire village-wide project. So my recommendation from the management perspective is, again, approve this as it is. There's nothing more that we could do with the information we would gain from tripling the price. And I'm happy to answer questions.
So, excuse me, my recollection from this as well, and not just trying to discern between traffic and folks within and outside of the village that are coming through. The other part of the discussion was that we were looking to expand the scope of the collection. Is that correct?
Correct. The scope would be basically analyzing license plate numbers to see who's coming and who's staying and who's.
Weren't there certain streets or intersections that were also proposed that we said come back to us and say and ask them to say things have changed since 2008? Are there intersections and streets that are more worthy, which is a bad word, but more worthy of collection at this point, several years later? Is that part of it?
That was part of it. They did that analysis. They took a look at the situation and they again determined that the ones that have been selected already are the best ones. They're the ones that we have the historical information on.
Okay, and changing it, did that change the scope of the price?
Changing the scope would change the price. It would add additional data collection points.
We know about how much?
Between 25, I believe it was between 25 and 50%.
Anyone have any specific questions about what we just heard from the manager?
I recall that they mentioned as much when they were here and we said, go back and let us know because we'd like to add this or that intersection. So what you're saying is in line with what they said the last time they were here. Just maybe why they're not here tonight, I don't know.
I thought there was going to be a presentation, Chris. Am I mistaken on that? I thought
That was my understanding as well, and that did not materialize.
Just trying to, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt your thoughts, Commissioner, but just putting some numbers on that, Chris, between 25 and 50% additional to expand the scope. Just running the numbers, we're looking at around approximately anywhere from $2,800 to about $5,700 approximately.
Approximately, yeah.
Remind me, this is being paid out of CITT. Is that right?
I believe so. Yes.
That's what we were told.
Right.
Yes.
Yes. Now, were there additional available funds through CITT, or was this the max that we had? I'm putting you on the spot. So I apologize, but I'm just trying to understand if we wanted to expand the scope, where would that money come from?
I don't believe there are additional funds in CITT. I think if I remember correctly, I'll just say no, there aren't additional funds.
Okay.
Are not. The additional expenditures, if we decide to expand, would come out of our budget.
Is there budget available? This would be previous fiscal year, wouldn't it? Or am I mistaken?
CITT funds are this year, so yes, this would be this current fiscal.
Okay.
23.
So what was your math, Mayor, at the end? You said,
I saw, and I'm not the best with math, I will admit that, but by my calculation, we were looking at about $2,875 low end. That's about 25% to upwards of $5,750. That's 50%. That sounds right. To expand the scope to include additional roads and intersections. I don't know what that gets us. Does it get us another 5 roads, another 10 roads? I don't know, but
yeah,
That I don't know. What I can tell you is the roads that were chosen and the intersections that were chosen based on previous numbers, as well as I think it was observation of traffic flow from what they had said. I do not, from my perspective, I don't think there would be significant extra value. The issues that we're currently having, whether it's down on Griffin, on 10th, on 6th, those are included. And those are our main problem areas. So knowing what happens on 8th Court, for example, I don't know how much value that would add. Very true.
May I? Sure. So a couple of things. I have a different understanding of this. So and I'm the one who brought this to the commission. It was the last commission actually, and this has been sort of lingering. So there was a study done in 2008, is that correct? Yep. And it was used, I think, maybe for a stop sign or a no U-turn sign or something. It was some very, very, very minimal kind of impact it made on the village. And then it kind of collected, it was forgotten about and collected dust on the shelf. And as a matter of fact, when I asked the village for a copy of it, the only person who had a copy of it was former Commissioner Bob Anderson, who found a copy in a box. So that's the only way we even were able to get our hands on this thing. So here's my understanding of what happened. Mario put this out to bid. There was a flurry of activity. He was trying to push stuff into the pipeline for us before he left. Appreciate that. And this was one of them. And I had no idea that what he put out for bid was an exact duplicate of that previous study. So this group bid on just replicating that study, and that's what they presented to us. So that caught me completely by surprise when we saw their original presentation. And Vero, by the way, I thought we were getting another presentation too, so I'm with you on that. So it caught me completely off guard when it was just simply, we're going to do the same thing and you'll be able to compare the difference between then and now. So I was like, whoa, not what I thought we were going to be hearing tonight at all. I requested and had a separate meeting with them. And forgive me, Chris, was it you or Mario that was in that meeting with me? That was Mario. That was pre-you. That was Mario.
It's not me.
It was Mario. So he coordinated a meeting and it was a Zoom and there were like 5 or 6 people from the firm and they were there. And it sounded like, and I'm not being negative or throwing anybody in the bus in any way, but it very much sounded to me like they didn't really understand what it was we were trying to accomplish with this. They simply bid on a job as it was presented, duplicate this, and they didn't know what it was we intended to do. So I explained to them, look, here's what's going on, and here's the genesis of this whole thing and blah, blah, blah. And I bottom line said, will this provide what we need? And they very quickly said, no, this is simply going to provide then to now. And I said, can it be extrapolated around the rest of the village? No. Oh, I have a fan here again. I love when my fan shows up. What happened to our screen?
Yeah.
At any rate, they did not understand the intent. And that's when I said, well, maybe we should be looking to bid on what we really need. And that's what they were going to come back and talk to us about. So that's the last I knew, and I was expecting something different to be coming back, because as much as I want to move forward with this, I don't want to spend money that's not going to produce the information that we need. And we were told this is the first step, and this will be supporting the next step, and we eventually will want to move forward. And they basically said, no, you need to redo this in some way, and you guys need to decide what you want that to be. So that's my understanding of this, is that it's not going to provide what we need necessarily. It's simply going to compare then to now. And if that's the case, I'm gonna have a hard time supporting this, as much as I'm the one that brought it. I would rather I would rather these folks say, okay, based on our understanding of what it is you people want to accomplish over there in Biscayne Park, here's what it needs to be. And they're the experts, and let them tell us that. I don't want to spend money to find out that this is not as useful as we think it's going to be. Now, those things that you mentioned, Chris, the looking at identifying if they're coming through, if they're moving through the village or stopping in the village, those are all things I brought up as kind of hypotheticals, like, would this kind of information help? I wasn't asking them to bid on that necessarily, but I was talking to them during this meeting about what other kinds of things, based on where we want to get with this, what are the other possibilities? So that's what I'm still waiting to hear. So as much as I want to move forward, I don't want to just say yes to something just because. The difference, if the price difference is $3,000 to $6,000, I think the money is there in CITT, Chris. I think it is. I think we have much more than that in CITT that we could use for this, but that's whatever. You can find that out. But it seems like a small amount of money if it gets us where we need to be. I just don't know if that still gets us where we need to be, because I'd like to see someone explain to us based on a map of your village. Here's forget the old one. This is what you need now. This is now that village, because they told me that study's so old, it's really not of any use to you at all. It'll be interesting to kind of compare, but really forget it even existed. I want to see someone say, this is what Biscayne Park needs today to figure out if you have a problem, how bad is the problem, where's the problem, to lead us to the solution to the problem. So
I think what you're trying to say is we need to bring them back. So.
And I think, and in their defense, Art,
Yeah.
I don't think they didn't do anything wrong or bad. They just simply bid on a job that was put out. I think the job that was put out,
A lot of questions that we have. So we need to bring.
I'd rather we kind of start with the blank slate and say, okay, experts, here's our little triangle. Tell us what's what,
Let's bring them back. That's it. That's just the reality.
So can I ask what, because this was before my time, what is the purpose? What information do you need?
To figure out how bad the problem is, where the problems are, so we can figure out what kind of solutions we could come up with to help with the speeding and the volume and the speeding, the volume of traffic and the speeding.
So I'm not questioning you, I'm just trying to understand so we can get to the bottom of this. If these are the streets, so 121st, 119th, 117th, 116th, and so on, 9th Avenue, 5th Avenue, if just in my review, these are the major thoroughfares where we've had the most chatter or complaints.
I don't know that's where the commission in the year 2008 determined, let's look at these areas. That's not a now thing. We just picked up the same list and said, let's get a.
Okay.
So Chris, no one determined that these are problem areas now. We just simply said bid on the same work. And that was their understanding of it as well.
Okay.
So, and it's not, if you map out all those locations, it doesn't really cover Biscayne Park. So, but I'm not an expert. All I know is it's very limited in its scope. And does the scope need to be broader, and in what way? I don't know. But they did bid on a job that was put out. So in their defense, not that they need me to defend them, they did what they were asked to do.
So my recommendation, the places where this is going to matter is where we have cut through traffic or frequent traffic. So that would be Griffin, that would be 6th, 10th, and so on. That's going to give us the volume of traffic coming through there as well as the speeds. So As we're looking at traffic calming measures, that's the data that we need.
And I'm sorry.
Art lives on Eighth Court. It doesn't matter, not that you live on Eighth Court. Even though he doesn't live on Eighth Court, that really doesn't matter in our planning because there's not much we can do there. So I think if we want to scrap this and start over, that's awesome. Let's sit down and figure out specifically which streets are of concern based on complaints and questions.
And keep in mind that Griffing's a county road and Sixth Avenue is a state road, and we have very limited authority over any kind of things that would happen there. So do we measure them? Do we not measure them? Do we focus on the streets that we quote own? I don't know. So it seems to me that maybe the scope of this job needs to be reconsidered. Maybe that's the best way. I could have just said that and say the rest of it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't discard the county roads or at all, just within the scope, even if we were to what to do, because then we can use that data to explain why we need it and then have them pay for it. But we would need the data to support it. So I agree. I thought this was a moment to ask these questions with the vendor. I would feel much comfortable if we go back to the basics and discuss, how do we make it more today, Biscayne Park, and now what was originally presented?
So
And
for the
there-
purposes, sorry, I'm going to interrupt for just 1 second. For the purposes of the discussion tonight, as the attorney just reminded me, this is a yes or no. Do we
Yes, exactly.
move forward? So that sounds like
No.
Maybe a no.
the mayor would probably, I'm not telling you how to do your job, sir. The mayor would take a vote as to whether yes or no, we're going to approve this. If the vote is no, then we put this on the agenda in a future meeting and then discuss what that's going to look like.
But here's, before we do that, here's my other question. This vendor was already, we accepted that vendor for a package of jobs. Are we in any way obliged to them at this point? And can we have them legally, can we have them come in and discuss the project with us so they can rebid on it based on what the discussion we have? Or do we have to put it back out then to bid?
Little bit in the dark, so you gotta forgive me because
Mhm.
I'm here when you initiated the project. and-
You can't pull the new guy card out forever, bro.
Well, well,
Kidding, I'm kidding.
going to right now. That's why I'm saying that, because I can't answer this part of the question that I'm gonna,
Well, we quote hired them. We approved them for a menu of things.
and here's the problem. If you've changed the scope of what the original bid was, then you're going to have to put it back.
Put it back out.
Bid, because the problem is you could have somebody contest the bid and say, look, if I knew this is what scope was, I would have came in. and did
That's
this."
exactly why I brought it up. I need to know if we can
I
do
can't
this.
Know if you're, I don't know what the tweak is the best way to explain it. So if it's a material change to the bid, to this, that, or to the request for proposal, excuse me, then yes, you're gonna have to vote this down. And then we. And Chris asked them to bring the next week, we have to with them,
The attorney will tell me where I'm wrong, but no. Tonight, we need to say yes or no.
It's really not up to them whether they can do it or not. That's the problem. I think that the only way I can answer your question, because I don't know the complete background, is if you're materially changing what it is they bid on, as far as the scope of services, then it would have to go back out to bid. I'm assuming from the conversation that they've done some work and I'm assuming they've been, it's just, so they're at just a stage where they bid on the contract and they were awarded the contract. They were awarded. Okay. This is one of them. They also. But it does, if I can interrupt for a minute, sorry. That might make it easier. It doesn't matter with the other things if they're all separately bid. So, okay, so that's why I cut you off. I apologize. But so if they were all separately bid, this is a standalone item. So in order, and again, if we're going to materially change this, then it has to go back out to that. But before
Well, my question is, before we go to materially change this idea, this is under our previous fiscal year. We had CITT funds, I believe, already dedicated to this. So if we don't, if we say no, that money's just gone. We don't, it's there. So if it's in, permit me.
Yeah.
Well, that was gonna be my question. It rolls over. Okay, so that answers that question, but so that was kind of my question was, before we just say no, we had funds committed to it. And if does it roll over one, but to kind of permit me to just kind of bring this hypothetical. If the money is already committed for it and we say, yes, do it. And what we're really looking for here is an increase in traffic to allow us to take further mitigation efforts. Traffic data from 2008 to now is going to be much higher. So does that kind of just give us the perception that we need that there's more traffic and we can then justify? I don't know. I'm just asking the question, but my real question was, if we don't use the money, does it roll over? Because I would hate to lose it because we say we don't like the scope and we just want to redo it all and start from bid. So that would be my question. Chris, I don't know if you have the answer, and I don't know if there's a consensus on what happens, because I don't know. Yeah. True. Yeah. Yeah. I just remember I remember when this came up with Mario, was like, hey, this money's already earmarked for this. It's already earmarked for this. Like, okay, great. That means it's kind of there and we're ready to use it. So if we decide we don't like the scope now and we want to go back to bid, then my question would be, do we lose that 11.5 and we just kind of lose an opportunity to get some data collection where if we do it this way, we can then narrow the scope for a bid on new stuff and then pay far less than maybe, getting some of this in another study.
And if it's,
Yeah.
if it's a matter.
Yeah, I understand.
If it's a matter of just saying to the vendor, look, we don't want you to do the study on this street, we want you to do it in this street, and it's still the same scope of services, that's not a material change. In my opinion, that's not a material.
Could we vote to approve this tonight, Brad, and then have them come in next week? Like, vote to approve, have them come in next week, have a conversation with us, and at that point decide, okay, we want to spend a little extra of our money to get this done, or there is more CITT money. So just for the sake of getting it done this fiscal year, because this is our last meeting of this fiscal year, if we voted to approve, could we still then, they've now have the contract, Brad, could we still then change it and give them more to do or do things differently?
No, I think once you approve it, you approve it.
As is, okay.
So if you're
Well,
Gonna bring them back in and change, like I was discussing, we'd rather do.
We're approving the scope, right? I mean, we're approving the contract.
Again, it depends. So if it's just a matter of switching locations of where you want to do the studies, like you were saying, there's no reason for them to do a study on Griffin, then they can, we rather do it on another street, then they're still doing the same number of the studies.
Right, I understand. It's like a quantity. That's right.
So if you're starting to add different studies, things of that nature, then you're changing, in my opinion, you're changing the scope of the work.
What were you, Chris, what were you gonna say? Was it about CITT?
sorry, according to Miami-Dade.gov's municipal program library, CITT funds can be rolled over, providing they're included in the municipality's 5-year transportation plan to be provided on November 1st each year. They may be rolled over for a maximum of 5 years unless specifically approved by the Transportation Trust for a longer period. So we should have no problem rolling these over.
If there's a possibility, because we had a lot of CITT that was available,
Oh.
there's a possibility that we could lose it.
Yes, because I remember it had been rolling over.
Had been
So it's not, it's not like it would start this year and we roll it, we have 5 more years. It had been rolling over for years. It was found money for years.
I think the idea
So-
still has a lot of merit that if this money that's been earmarked through CITT for some time to get this done, to allow it and go forward. And then at a later time, if we decide that there are additional roads that we want, that's a much smaller scope and something that we put out to bid. It seems like what we've heard is that there is a lot of useful information within this. It may not be all of the information. And some of it may not be information that we necessarily can do anything with, specifically with related to counties roads. But the the volume, like you mentioned, Commissioner, the volume is still valuable.
I'm so confused. I mean, I remember when these folks were here and we were talking about these things and we were actually, in discussing with them, they basically turned around and said, that's not what you guys are studying here. Right.
And give us a list of other
Right.
places that the
We
police are
were-
going to get involved in.
And so I thought they were gonna come back with recommendations on what they suggested that we needed to do
Yes.
in order to get the information that we need.
Based on additional
And-
locations we were to provide to them.
Yeah, and that's not happening.
Exactly.
So I don't know what to tell you.
What's that?
I wish they were here.
Didn't provide those additional location points.
We know that that didn't happen through, say, the police service or
It didn't
otherwise.
translate to what's in front of us today,
Well,
certainly.
Sounds like what they told the manager was that in their opinion, and I don't know what additional information they were given or what they did, but it sounds like what they told the manager is, in their opinion, they would keep this scope.
Were they here last? I wasn't, I was on Zoom. Were they here at the meeting last week?
No.
In person or in Zoom? But they know that we're here voting on there. I don't know. I wish they were here.
They weren't here.
How are we moving forward?
Well, I would really like to know if we don't approve it now, if we can roll those funds over, because I would really hate to lose them.
I don't think we have the answer tonight.
Yeah.
I can reach out to them tomorrow to find out.
We need to vote now.
Yeah.
Well,
So if we vote today, we would be approving the scope with the streets that
as it is.
as it is,
Correct, as it is.
knowing that there is potential for us to want to do more than this. And I was hoping to get some sort of a recommendation as to, we would also include A, B, and C. I think, again, the issues from the moment it was briefed to them in terms of what we wanted to see.
Yeah.
But if we were to approve at this price, could then we know we're getting this. I mean, this part is clear to a certain extent, right? Can we add more money later? We're not,
That's,
so,
well, so I think
I
that's what
asked him, Brad.
the attorney was saying, if we add
but
scope,
we're not,
now one-to-one translation, let's just say we have.
we're not changing everything. So I'm not saying we can make an amendment to the contract, add in a different locations that we want to be contemplated. Brad, would that be an option?
That changes the scope of the work that other people didn't bid on.
I think,
An amendment to the contract or no?
well, as long as, so if you're gonna, again, I'm kind of operating blind.
Yeah.
If you're going to switch apples to apples, so instead of this intersection or this street, do the study on this street.
Right.
That's, in my opinion,
That's not material.
that's not.
It's kind of like a quantity issue. If you have 20 data points and you swap one out and you still have 20 data points, that's
It
not.
might not quite be that simple, but,
It might, right, it may not,
could
but
be.
that sounds like.
but if you had 25 data points, then you've materially changed the proposal.
If you have them doing additional studies,
No. So the question was, because we talked about it. That's what they said. If we want to add additional points, then they would have additional money. They were clear with that. So it's about if, revising approving what we got, if we all feel comfortable with it, and then having a discussion with them in terms of what additional things can be done. Maybe an additional contract can be drafted for additional services.
be done.
Okay, but a minute ago, I asked the same question, Brad, and you said that someone, another bidder could challenge us on that.
Changing the service.
Yeah, right. So but I said if we add other locations and you said that would be a material change and if someone challenged us. Okay, I just asked that.
And I was
Okay.
misspoke. So I don't think that changes the scope of the service. The service is to do the.
Can I make a motion to extend this meeting by 20 minutes?
Oh, 15.
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor, 15 minutes?
Hi.
Okay, so to Vero's question, now I understand the answer. Okay.
So do we feel comfortable moving forward?
Sorry, I don't understand how we can approve the contract and then call them, they're basically getting started. We're approving the contract and then we can say 2 weeks into the scope that they're already beginning. No, actually come back. We got to change it now.
No, we're not
Or-
changing the scope.
Or they
We
can,
we-
they can turn around and give us the recommendations that we had originally already asked them for. And say, yeah, we can, this is what you need to do, but it's gonna cost an additional $50,000. And then,
Or, yeah, or they could say, a hypothetical that just ran out my other ear. But I'm just concerned that someone else would come back and say that we changed it enough that we get ourselves in trouble with other bidders. But if Brad's saying no, but if they come back and say, yeah, it's gonna cost a whole lot more money, or they're not here, or if they come to us and go, oh, well, now that we understand what it is you're looking for, really, that's not gonna help you. It's not gonna provide the data you need, the quantity, the quality, whatever it is. And we've approved a contract with them that we're obligated to at that point.
That's my point. If that's the case, then you should vote the contract down. Shouldn't approve the contract.
But we don't know is my point. So it's that unknown, I think, that some of us are wary of.
Can't address the unknown.
Wish they were here.
You're going, if you vote the contract, if you vote yay on this contract.
We're obligated to the contract.
stuck with the contract.
At the scope of work that's in there, unless they agreed to move a couple of things around and we could add. But at this point, we don't know that we'd be getting what we need to move forward with any.
yeah,
Solutions.
I'm a no, guys. I'm
I
sorry.
was just going to ask if we could just go to vote on it.
As much as I want to move forward with the project and we need to untangle this, not the way it is
No.
here.
We got one no, and another no.
Fortunately, no.
I think we're all very unfortunately knows on this one. This is a bummer. So what are our next steps then, Chris? What do we do?
Good time.
Bring them in?
First, know about
The
Find out.
There's a lot of confusion with this. My suggestion for next steps is we need to determine what the purpose of this is, what we're going to be using the data for, and then work backwards. Once we know the information that we want to get, then where we're gonna correct.
So do we need a meeting to discuss and again, what the purpose of it is? So we all agree before so you get a proper brief on what it's expected for the bidding process?
Yeah, I'll ask Madam Clerk to add it to one of the upcoming agendas. We can try for October, if not November. I will reach out to the commission individually to try to start putting some of this information together.
And this would be a discussion on a meeting from which you would frame an RFP. Okay.
Correct.
I'm cool with that. I can do that next week.
Okay, all right, well,
I'm sorry, John. Sure. Do we need, Chris, is that a completely internal conversation or should we have someone here whose area of expertise this is to help us navigate through the conversation to determine what we need? Because I don't want us to sit here and say, we need fewer cars and they all need to slow the hell down. It's like, I'm not sure if that's gonna get us the RFP that Chris needs.
Yeah, no,
Or if we
I'll-
need someone here who can say, guys, you need data points that are this far apart, and I don't know. I'm not the traffic guy.
Step one is determining what the goal is or what the purpose is, and for that, we don't need the vendor. That's just internal.
okay, given the time, I'd like to move on to request a placement of the items we didn't get to for the next meeting, which would be 12A, 13A, 13B, and 13D. And moving past that, I'll request a motion to adjourn.
I'm sorry, what did you say you're moving forward? You're moving forward all the rest of the stuff.
12A, 13A, 13B, and 13D.
I had something I wanted to add to the next commission meeting agenda, but how many things did we just move forward?
I'm sorry, and also 13E, the email issue.
Yeah.
I missed that.
It's a whole commission meeting.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
It
Well,
is.
okay, I'm gonna ask a question of Brad, I guess, because I don't want to step in something. Brad? I'm here in a meeting, so I'm allowed to I guess ask this. Tell me if I'm allowed to ask this. So there has been conversation about one specific topic that more than one commissioner wanted to bring. Before I bring it, am I allowed to ask if anybody else is planning to bring this conversation? Because if someone else is bringing and has done work on it, I don't want to do it and sort of beat them to the punch. And someone else has expressed an interest in the topic. So can I ask here at a public meeting if they're planning to bring it?
Why not? Everybody's here.
Yeah, okay, I just want to make sure because I've never done that before. Vero, you and I have had conversations here about the board functionality and we wanted to try to help that. And you indicated that you might be bringing that. I want to get that on an agenda so we can have that first conversation. Have you already framed something out that you're planning to bring to us?
I know, but I was planning to.
Yeah, me too. And I don't want to step on you if you're doing something. So I was originally going to put it on next month's agenda. And then when this one got pushed, I thought I'll just wait for November. So I was going to try to get something done for the November meeting. Do you want me to kind of step back and let you guide that? And I'll be prepared to participate in your discussion? Or do you want me to do it? Because we can both put something on the agenda. And if it ends up at the same time, we.
No, it doesn't really matter. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't know what the core objectives for you are. So what I can do is provide my topics.
Fair enough.
You
Okay.
provide him, and if
Okay.
it's the same things, maybe.
It was just kind of a discussion. Well, see, and that's what I asked them. I said, how's it work if we both put something on the agenda? They said, you can just put those two agenda items together and make it one discussion, but obviously we can't work on it together. Okay, fair enough.
Can I ask just one quick question before we adjourn? We have had this member of Biscayne Park's Finest, making sure that chair doesn't move anywhere for the entire duration. So it's my understanding that at one point we had asked, for police presence here at the commission meetings. Is that still something we need, or is that something that we can turn off?
I'm not the one that officially requested and asked him to happen, but there was some weird stuff going on with me personally and some residents at one point. And my comment to Mario and the attorney at the time was, my 15 minutes of fame will not be being murdered at a Biscayne Park Commission meeting. So I would appreciate having someone in the room because there was some weird crap going down. So, but I do think it's a very good idea, given the nature of the world these days and the Florida gun laws. And I am much happier having this gentleman sitting here for everyone's protection. I think it's an unfortunate comment on society that it needs to be. Is he getting paid to be here?
No, he's purely volunteer. No, I'm kidding.
That
of
I have a
course.
problem with. That
No,
part I have a problem
he's-
with.
I'm assuming this isn't your reserve hours. This is your reserve hours?
It is your reserve hour. So you're getting paid to be here.
No, he's not.
Oh, you're not getting paid to be. Okay, see, I have a problem with that. Okay, so there's value to you in being here because it's checking the hours off that you need. Okay, so you're not doing. I would love to see his text. I wish they were public record because he's texting someone all night. You're not gonna believe what these people are talking about now. Okay, so as long as you're not sitting here just completely out of the goodness of your heart, but my answer is yes, I'm happy to have someone here.
I agree.
There you go.
Okay. So, motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thanks, everybody. No, I wasn't. I'm always asking. I never making them.
Pamela, you want these back for scrap paper or it's all? These two?
Oh, thank you, honey. I'm so thankful to have someone who can trust with the baby and.
Yeah. I told you to follow me. I got